I should do my headphones. Headphones good. Okay, I'm done.
All right. Oh wait, right on time. Hey, what up?
Yeah, right on time. It's perfect.
There we go. Hey everybody, this is Possible Coin. My name's Rocky Artie. Tegan Somerset's around here somewhere.
I totally am.
And we're gonna just grind out some Splatoon stuff and hopefully put up some points for our individual teams, I guess.
Hopefully. I'm so stressed out.
Oh my gosh.
I'm so stressed out. I already regret. I have regrets immediately. I'm so concerned.
I'm here to play video
too
games.
much.
Yeah, like can you just slow down? Can you take like 20% off, Tegan?
Oh. The options are on or off.
There's no way that's true.
Yep. Oh, a communication error occurred, so there totally is. Look at that.
Okay, so
Deep breaths. Oh my god. I do. I'm so worried. What if bad?
what if bad? Hey Bandit, how you doing, cuz? Do you mind talking some sense into
bad?
Teagues? I'm gonna make a room.
Hey Bandit.
Making the room.
Oh, I also made a room. Whoops. That's okay. I'll back out.
Bandit, you already picked your team? Are you splatting the Splatfest? Oh, Teagues is like spooked because she doesn't want to get rocked like she did last Splatfest.
I got rocked so bad. It was awful.
You know, in the hopes of avoiding that again. I'm team either water or fire, so you'll either be on my team or not on my team. You won't be on Tegan's team.
You won't be on my team. I'm on Team Grass.
Mm-hmm.
I bought Bulbasaur and also Superior, the superior Pokemon. Like, clearly.
Fuck water it is, I guess. No, I'm water. I love water. Water's dope.
Yeah, we did the spread. And Rocky mostly picks water starters, and I was like, what is it like knowing like what the best starter is? What is it like just going into every video game being absolutely confident that you already know what you're gonna pick? Because I'm over here sweating every single new Pokemon game. I'm like, wait, what are the advantages? What do they turn into? What are the ending stats? Like
ending stats? There's no way you're thinking competitive that early. Jesus, they don't want us to play together, Teagues. I don't know what's going on.
They don't. They really don't. We're gonna try again.
Okay. But honestly, if one more of these fail, I say we just do some salmon run. Just fill it out.
Okay, yeah, that's fair.
You make the room. I'll just join.
Okay. Create a room. I like Duat. Duat's a good Pokemon.
Mm-hmm.
Duat's a great Pokemon. Honestly, so many of these Pokemon are good. The room is ready. You will have to refresh.
So I do.
There are so many good Pokemon though.
Yeah.
It's so hard.
I mean, good players win with their favorites. Pick something. Rock with it.
I mean, so here's the thing: is none of my favorite Pokemon are water, grass, or fire types.
That's fair.
My favorite Pokemon are usually like psychic type.
Ah, I get that.
Or ghost. I was really fond of my first Haunter. Like that boy with me into the Elite Four. A communication occurred again. What on earth?
Okay, no, let's just go to salmon run. I feel like
why don't they like us?
I don't know. I don't really
like you guys. You're on opposite teams. You can't play together.
Okay, June. I don't know what you're on right now, but like, do not pick a fight with Fuecoco. Okay, Fuecoco, godlike. He's actually amazing. Probably gonna be top tier on every tier list from now until forever. The water duck is kind of trash. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna.
I can't believe it.
What?
I can't believe it.
What? That the water?
You're insulting the water duck like that?
The water duck is kind of trash. I'm sorry, Teagues.
He's so good. No, you can't say that. You can't say that about my little boy with a pompadour. Rude. Unfounded, even.
Unfounded? Look at that nerd.
Unfounded even. I know. Look at him. People said the same thing about Snivy, and look at him.
Snivy, I'm not a fan of Snivy. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh no! You shut up.
Okay. Oh my gosh.
We are not allowed to play together. What on earth?
Is this my fault? Like, what did I do? British ass duck, he said. Yeah, the internet loves Snivy. That's fine. You know, you guys are allowed. Enjoy yourselves. Grace. I'm gonna try one more time.
Okay.
It's new internet, June. Okay, like I
It
haven't
is new internet. We are testing.
like.
This is part of the testing phase.
I'm kind of bummed. I think what I'm actually gonna have to do is buy like a Ethernet adapter for my Switch, which I should have bought like years ago. I'm not gonna lie. Hey June, how you doing?
Jen's here.
But cause like what's it called? I am pretty far from the router, at least compared to like my old setup, and there are a couple walls between me and it.
Does that matter?
Sometimes like you know, it dampers like signal strength.
Oh. I don't know anything about that. I hear my cat opening cabinets in the other room.
Oh shit. June, you were my good luck charm. Thank you for being here, June.
Yeah, hi Nico. Nico's in the bathroom opening doors and shutting them. What do I got? What do we got? What are we doing?
I got the Luna Blaster.
I have the...
In the name of the moon, I will destroy you.
Oh, it's down. We're low tide.
Okay.
I have a sniper rifle.
Ooh,
What
snipes.
do I do with this?
Just snipe some shit.
Bold of you to assume I can. Oop.
Good shit, June.
Oh,
rockets on.
I mean, that's great, but also we gotta...
I got the Moz.
gotta-
The Moz is fine.
Boy down.
You gotta get the rockets over there. That left. No, I don't.
Oh, there's a Stelio coming.
Uh,
Not anymore.
2 rockets are
Oh, there's-
alive.
Steelhead. Oh no, we gotta... Oh, I'm screwed. Ah, nope. I got fly fished. I was trying to steelhead and instead I got fly fished.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, Ouija.
Hey, Luigi, we're salmon running. Also, we're live on Twitch,
It's true.
so you know.
Oh, wow, okay.
Oh, regret. I'm not cool enough for this.
Hey, we need to get
Stop
quota?
it. Hello? Yeah, well, I'd love to do anything other than die, frankly.
That would be sick, not gonna lie. Got quota.
We got quota, but
Super
I'm
rad.
dead.
This small fry needs to learn his weight class.
Please.
where
I
would-
am just a little sniper. I can't fight things.
For sure,
Not my
Bandit.
job.
Depending on how Ouija feels, we'll probably have a slot open. This high tide? It's fucking high tide. Alright, cool.
Nighttime.
Oh, it's fly fish. Where do I stand? Teeks, please help.
Glowflies? You mean glowflies?
Right, what you said. Sorry, June.
I don't know where you stand on this map, actually. Oh, not in the middle, obviously.
No.
We're about to die, it's
Yeah.
okay. Oh no, somebody got... Oh, okay. Nope. Poor June.
I'm sorry, June, I panicked. That's entirely my fault. I'm so sorry.
I don't know where we stand on that map, though. Teeks can't pick a team, I swear to God. Are you sure? I did definitely pick a team.
Yeah, I
regret
know.
my choice immediately, but I did.
There it is.
I'm so scared.
Oh my god, Teeks. It's gonna be fine. Oh, what's this insane helmet? Do you see this? Oh, okay. Updated. Please tell me Salmon Run's updated. I would like new weapons, please and thank you.
I also want to see the evolutions, Jen. That's very important to me. Rocky, you could probably turn your game music up a little bit.
Okay.
I'll make a room.
Okay.
Making a room. No Salmon Run, just updates today at midnight.
Damn.
No new weapons for a bit.
Cool.
Okay. Room is created.
So it is. Oh, they updated at 12. Oh yeah, until 1 a.m. Yeah, there it is.
Rocky is in.
True.
Ouija, are you coming?
I have made it.
Amazing.
Hey,
There
yeah.
you are. And Jordan. Alrighty. We are ready.
Good thing I'm wearing lots of safety gear because I'm probably still contagious.
Oh no! From the Rona.
Huzzah.
Out of my.
I'm so sorry.
No, you're fine. We're just all in the small helicopter together. It's totally chill.
June.
Oh, I have the Luna Blaster now. I don't know that top
I got the awesome
button.
one.
Okay.
Whatever.
In Central.
Where we go? Oh, they're over here. Blackfish.
Missiles.
That's a wheel. That was
We got
that was
Steelhead
pretty
over here.
impressive.
Missiles are down.
Excellent. There's a Steelhead.
Oh, thank
I'll let that
God.
spell fry kill me, but
Oh.
still hits down.
Weatherman.
Fucking Italians.
There you are, Rocky.
Anyone got this Italian?
Yeah, we got the Italian. We need the weather. Oh, I got run over by a different Italian.
Oh, he's got a
What is
different
with
one?
these plumbers, man?
I got to see.
Thank you.
Yeah. Alright. Oh, don't be. No biggie.
There's so much going on. This is what happens when people are actually very good at save and run.
Oh, God.
We hit quota, so we're okay.
We're fine.
Oh, I got it.
It's okay, we got you. Don't worry. Got you.
I'm here.
Alright.
Huzzah!
Got the blaster.
Oh,
Oh no, I have this Splaturday.
High tide.
no.
I like this weapon. Oh, I have also speakers.
Noted.
Killer whale.
Oh, dolphin.
Easy, dolphin.
Oh, steelhead. Thank you. The weatherman right behind us.
Oh, softs are coming up. Come on, brother. Gonna get your face. Oh, head. Well, that sucks.
I got the lid hit me. I was trying to get the lid to hit the steel eel and instead it hit me.
June, I'm sorry. Steel Eel went to my safe spot, so.
Oh, long. No.
Any luck? Did I hit anybody?
Yeah, I'm still here.
You're the only one here.
You say that, but June's right next to me. Oh, there we go. Alright,
There is a lot happening.
kind of a mess, not gonna lie. But I think we can clean this up.
Crowded. See you, Jen. We got you.
One more, just gotta clean it up.
Here.
Got
Hell
it.
yeah, good stuff. Good stuff.
Oh my goodness. Go
Just
away.
survive. 1 second, 1 second. Good stuff.
Oh,
Water.
good stuff. Jeez. Nightmare.
Kind of a mess, not gonna lie.
Kind of a
Yeah,
mess. Very
but-
much a mess.
That was a lot of mess.
Okay, I got the charger, so we're okay. I think we can do this.
It's high tide again, and I have the Brawler. What are we doing?
Luna.
Oh, hello.
Good stuff.
Oh, big boy.
Terrible stuff. Go away.
Need someone to hit the left side.
Please, someone to hit me. Oh, good job, Rocky. Where
dang
is
it.
our... Where's the... Oh, there they
Eating
are.
it up.
Goodness.
Look at feeling.
I got splatted again, but I used my ult, so...
Oh, man.
Can someone get rockets?
I'm trying.
Appreciate it. Italian is
Open up.
disabled for a bit.
Oh, no! Oh, I got it.
Oh,
It fell in the water, but I got it.
Oh, Jesus.
Yikes.
Dude.
Nightmare scenario.
Yeah.
We got so many eggs! Why don't any of the eggs carry over?
I think we get paid extra for them, so at least there's that, but still.
One of those we get charged for them having to carry our corpses back.
Great. I mean, we can super jump in the little raft thing, so... I'm not good at using this. The undercover umbrella isn't very powerful.
Right.
It's good for, like, defending people against stuff, but that's about it.
I mean, it's pretty mobile. It's good for, like, clearing out, like, the small fries. But, like, it's not great for boss fighting, for sure.
Alrighty.
Also has a good
Charger.
hold fire.
Oh, low tide.
Going.
Tornado!
Oh,
I
man.
get to relay race it.
I got frontline then.
I'm up top.
I'll do, like, mid-toss.
Alright.
Good. Great.
Watch your back, Teeks.
Oh, yeah. Nice. Look at Jun go. Jun's so good at everything now.
Hey, June's out here swinging. Alright, I'm moving up.
Sounds good. Oh. Why not?
Fish are behind me.
They sure are.
We're good on fish. Just get
They
those.
got me. I got
You're good, Teeks. Luigi, get this one out of here, yeah?
Oh. I got it.
Well over quota. That's fine. We take those.
That's real good. We like double quota.
Mm-hmm.
Super quota.
Luna Factor.
Yeah, we got the sploosh.
Mid-level.
Okay. I've got missile strike.
Oh, they're coming.
Italian.
Yeah, down here. Delio coming.
Can you ping where?
I'm about to get it.
Okay.
Yeah. Good job, Jun. Juna's just on top of it.
I got the stinger.
Juna is every direction.
There's a Steela behind me. Care?
Whoa. Hey, baby.
We got a fish stick coming in. Coming in hot. Whoop. Hello.
Italian in the base. 2 Italians.
2 Italians.
Yeah. You hate to see it.
Got them both.
There we go.
Chill out. Almost at quota.
There's a steelhead and a slam lid.
No one got on the lid.
No one got on the lid bag up.
I'm gonna bait it.
There we go.
That's quota. Just stay alive.
These are my
Oh
eggs.
god. Oh god, about that.
We get you, don't worry.
Oh.
Easy peasy.
Nice. Good job, everybody.
I got the blaster.
I have the undercover umbrella, and it is dark. What are we doing?
Still center. No, it's still mid-type.
Mud mouths. Okay.
Okay, let's clean them up. Mud mouths.
Oh, I need to be frontline for mud mouths. They bounce off my umbrella.
That sucks.
Give me a second. I saw that, June. That was kind of wild.
Oh my goodness.
Where's the crab? What the hell? That took forever.
There's another mud mouth on the far.
Yeah, I'm coming over there. And I go, huzzah!
Good job. Got him.
That's quota.
You gotta get better at inking people.
There we go. Nice.
Very good.
Brella's not good for fish sticks? No, they are not.
No,
Brella's not good for fish sticks.
Whoa.
Oh, hey!
Oh no!
It's that time!
We're gonna die. I'm ready to die.
Come on, Teeks, let's go!
I'm ready to die.
Teeks, let's go!
I have not once won. Where is he?
Okay, I got the sniper. Oh, Jesus.
Oh, I have my preferred weapon. This is ironic.
Oh no. Yeah. I do not.
Thank you.
Alright. Oh. I'm getting frying pan in the face. Okay, somebody's help on.
I gotta come get you.
And then, yeah.
Where is he?
He's down here.
Got Ouija. Oh, I threw it too far?
I got Ouija. It's okay.
Oh, watch it.
Damn it. Fucking laws.
Where is it?
Thank you. Got it.
There we go, buddy. Oh,
We're doing good.
oh.
Comparatively.
Yeah.
Oh, we're not gonna get it though.
No, I don't think so.
That is probably the lowest I've ever seen that meter.
Yeah, that
though.
was really close
This is
compared to
doable.
how I usually do.
Yeah.
It's all about the growth you don't see.
Use your ults on the Koizuna. I
Right.
did. That was the first thing I did. I turned right into
I
a crab
died.
tank.
6 times instead of 8 on them. That's what I say.
I think if you don't use any of your ults before Koizuna shows up, you should get to use 3 ults
That would be nice, actually.
instead of just the one.
Yeah.
Because I definitely lost out on my ults there.
I haven't been accidentally triggering my ults, so I haven't been using them.
Whoops.
Alright.
What do we got? Splaturday. And I don't like this ult. I got the jetpack.
So, look
I got
at
crab
Ray.
tank.
Give me your. Oh, there's a guy
Big
down
man.
there.
Big shot.
Now it's time to be a big shot.
Big shot. Not bad, isn't it?
Yeah, you guys just launch him up here and I'll get him.
Appreciate it.
Something just
Let's
got
go,
me.
June.
Jun is really good.
He's been in the lab.
Jun's like a big fancy professional now.
A professional, even.
Yeah. No, seriously. For real, for real. Oh, there's a weather guy. Heck.
Behind you, Teeks.
Oh, hello.
Clear.
Oh, Jesus.
To meet you as well.
Whoa.
Here? Hey, thank you.
Oh,
Mine.
weather guy.
There are, yeah, missiles on the far,
I got it. I'm going.
yeah, the far away side.
Oh, June's got it, actually. Shit.
Oh, there's a steel eel behind me. Hello.
Oh,
Please
yeah.
leave. Hello. Stop chasing me.
Okay. I got it. Oh, at least I got one of the 2 materials. We met quota, but now I died.
It's okay, we'll get you. Where are you at?
Here. Okay.
Nice. Good job, good job.
Okay. Okay, so if you want to use a ult here, that's not a bad idea. Just saying.
I think Glowflies is this wall right here.
Okay.
I think it's this spot right here.
Okay.
Oh, that place also. That also works. Look at John! Good job, this. This is not gonna do us any good if we don't also
Whoa.
put them in the basket.
Yeah.
There we go.
7 more.
Whoa! Hello! Whoa! Oh, nope. I didn't get to do anything.
Up.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
You didn't keep them on that same wall.
Sorry. I was the first one away from the wall. I'm sorry.
Blowflies is hard. No worries.
Oh yeah, if you guys glowfly, I swear my glowflies. Well, good luck. Yeah, thanks. Appreciate that, I guess. also a professional, Rocky? What the heck?
What do you mean? I play this video game.
I play this video game too, and I'm an overachiever.
Well, that just sounds right. What are you talking about?
I've never been anything other than an overachiever.
Oh, then we just gotta grind. That's okay.
Yeah, and just go back to work. It's just work.
It's hard to predict who gets glowflies. Yeah.
I didn't get glowflies until I was the only person left on our team.
Luna Blaster, high tide.
Oh, hey. Yep, it is high tide. You're right about that. That's correct.
Did you swim in the water?
I kind of
Did you go for a little swim?
Just a little one.
Oh,
Thanks, June.
Just throw in the water.
Steelhead. Steelhead down. Holy shit, June.
Yeah, you don't gotta worry about it. Guns on snipe. Gun should pick up a sniper rifle.
We should all pick up sniper rifles, but you know, whatever.
Sniper rifle.
Not for you.
I started to try and learn it. But
Yeah.
I was gonna I wanted to wait until I was like in a team with people that I could talk to. Because just doing it with randos wasn't getting me a lot of experience.
Yeah, it's definitely hard. Go away.
Fish stick. Going.
Lunar Blaster is too slow for fish stick, unfortunately.
It's done.
Okay, 4 more.
We got one. Oh, we got, missile.
Quota.
Alright. Wait.
Over here. Everything is over here.
Yep, avenge fatigues, but I died for it.
Whoa, whoa.
You didn't have to avenge me!
It's okay. We're okay.
Alright.
Maybe
No, we're
not.
not.
Ah, he whiffed. I thought we got hit by the Akira slide.
That's okay.
Yeah, that was a good try on the
close.
Akira slide, though, June. I
It
saw
was
that.
close!
Yeah,
I thought you were gonna use the,
after it.
I thought you were gonna use the slam and lid as a shot point, Rocky.
I was.
You were gonna sit up there and just shoot at the other enemies.
Oh, no, I wanted to kill that thing. And then, you know, I did, but then, like, there was nowhere for me to stand afterward, and then I died.
Right.
Give me a second. I'm gonna see if I can adjust this scene real quick. I'm bad at Akira slide. It takes practice. We'll get it. I'm gonna make you bigger. This.
What do I got? What do I got?
There we go.
Oh, no.
You splooshing.
Oh, I got a Luna Blaster.
Oh wait, but Tegan isn't here. Fuck, my bad.
I'm here. What are you thinking
There you
about?
go. I meant on the
I've been
screen.
here.
On the stream, Teagues. Oh my god, on the stream.
Oh, on the stream. Where are the enemies? Oh, they're over here. Slam.
Slam it lid and a dolphin.
The dolphin doesn't know what's happening. It's okay. Well, I don't know what's happening.
I got the Italian.
Well, that's okay. There's a steelhead.
Got your
Man.
Come on. Do it, coward. There we go. Got it. Celio?
And an Italian.
I got the Celio. Celio down.
There we go. There we
Celio
go.
got me?
There we go.
No, I didn't.
Alright, we got it.
Quota?
Quota.
Got the Moz?
Ooh, nice. That's killing that ball.
I'm just over here inking. I'd rather ink than get eggs. Mr. Grizz can eat my butt. He can pay me more. I want hazard pay.
I mean, we can get hazard pay.
Yeah, good luck.
Isn't that real?
I don't know if it's real.
Oh, I missed. There we go.
How do you miss?
I'm bad.
Oh, get good.
I'm trying.
Every day.
You know, I'm gonna leave you floating up there for right now, Tease. I think that's fine.
Oh, I'm floating?
Yeah.
Why am I floating?
It's just where I put your thing before.
Oh, okay. No. It's just shifted slightly. There are missiles. There are missiles.
Going. I got left. I got left.
I got right. Maybe.
Yeah, that's probably good.
Oh, we all got right. Heck yeah.
Yeah, everyone normally goes for a right. Hey, Ouija, if you could turn back for a second.
Rocky, come here.
Thank you,
Rocky.
Teeks.
Oh, someone is not happy that I am in the office and the door is closed. It's my cat.
Uh-oh.
Protect. Oh, whoop, whoop, whoop.
Two
Hello?
stingers.
Hello? Hello?
Oh yeah, I got that.
1.5 stingers. Stingers are now dealt with.
Steelhead is still not dealt with. I tried.
There's
What the hell?
Ouija, turn around, Ouija.
Oh. Yeah.
Got you guys, hopefully.
Thank you, Teeks.
And another stinger. Oh my god. Oh my god. 2 stingers. Oh my god. And a fountain. I was
I'm out
literally
here.
at the crossroads of the stinger. No. Where's our one player? It's John.
Of course it's June.
John.
Thanks, June.
All right. That'll be good.
We definitely lost
John is
those.
so good. Okay, got one of the stingers. There are missiles somewhere.
They can't
We
do
don't
it.
have quota.
No.
Oh no.
This round's done.
Oh, get in
Oh, most
here.
definitely do not.
No, that's not fair. I would have revived
Wait a
you.
second.
Oh, we ran out of time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Way
I
to
thought
save us on that one, June. That was awesome.
John is so good.
Here we go. I think that works for now. Yeah, okay.
Oh,
There we go,
paycut.
Teeks. Now I'm in overachiever.
I'm dragging everyone down by being bad.
I was an
I
executive
need to
VP.
Get good.
We'll get you back there, June. Yeah, it's no
John,
worries.
I'm sorry. So
Hey,
good.
catalog. Catalog's all the matter.
This is specifically
Yay!
practicing, he's right.
Splatfest prep team water except Tegan.
Hey,
Also, John.
everybody-
Yeah,
June.
June.
It's also
everybody
Team
going
Yeah,
to
but June is always going to be with Shiver. That's not even surprising to me. Not even a little bit.
Oh, okay.
Didn't you just gonna take that?
What? June, tell me you're not a Shiver fanboy. Say it right now. I'll take it back. I promise. Yeah,
he's not.
there we go. That's what I thought.
Oh my goodness. Okay, where are they? Fish stick. Hello.
Uh,
That's my
well, hey,
spot.
guys.
This is my spot. That's where I belong. Oh, 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 oh. I have a sniper rifle and I have a... Oh, what is it? Stupid thing I don't like. I'm doing my best for the flip-flopper, but I keep running out of ink. Like,
got
I
him.
only have a sniper rifle. Okay, I'm on the tower. This is where I
Steelhead.
live. Oh, whoops. Hang on, I'll go over there. I'll steelhead it.
I'm out of range of the steelhead. That's upsetting.
Alright, I'll get it. Oh, oh, oh. No, I won't. No, I won't. No, I won't.
Where's the singer? I'm going.
It's on the south beach.
I see it. Fuck off.
Damn.
Dead.
DG and I are both down.
Going.
I'm coming to where you are. Oh, okay, cool.
Steeleel?
I got this.
Yeah.
I got the steelhead.
Steeleel's down.
No, I didn't. I didn't get it.
Ah. Quota. Just stay alive.
Can't hit it. All right.
Oh, weather boy, weather boy. Weather boy.
Weather boy's
Woo.
down.
No, there's another one that came up behind me. We got the steelhead. Nice. Good job.
Hi.
That was only a little stressful.
Okay. Undercover umbrella. High tide?
Egg basket, high tide, fog. No.
There's missiles and a steelhead over here.
Oh yeah. Okay. This way, Jen. I got left. This steelhead got me. There's a steel eel.
Mm-hmm. Not anymore.
Chasing you, Rocky. Huh. Nobody got left missiles. I fell in the water. I got left missiles, but I fell in the water for it.
Understood. Get up, Teeks.
I'm trying. Hi, Goldie. Hi. You know what? You know what? Where are you? Come here.
Let's go, Teeks.
Get. There's another one coming up on the left. Oh, jeez. Oh, hello, 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 hello. No, not that way. This way. I got it. Oh. Who's left? Oh, Rocky, you're the only one left.
Noted.
I'm gonna be up by the basket.
Got it.
Thank you, John. No, all my eggs! No, you come back here with those!
Damn it.
Those are my eggs!
I need a second.
Oh, I fell in the water again. We're not gonna get it. We're not gonna get quota.
Come on.
Nope. That one dude took 6 of my eggs! I
There's
worked
so
hard
many
for
eggs.
those things!
All you gotta do is kill him,
I'm so
Teeks.
upset.
It's the whole
That
thing.
was so heartbreaking.
I know, but I fell in the water.
My gun had no range. I could do nothing as I watched him fly away with like a stack of 7 eggs.
Right. My eggies.
Sniper and fucking high tide is actually gross. It's actually really ridiculous. I'm sorry, June.
That was
And
rough.
they gave it to you because they knew that you could handle it, and the rest of us would have just failed.
Oh crap.
You did so well,
Yeah.
and the rest of us were the problem.
Oh yeah, no, I'm the problem. Clearly.
Come
I'm the
on.
problem. It's fine.
I am problem.
Alright, what do we got? I have the umbrella now.
I got the Luna Blaster.
I have jump rope as my ultimate, whatever the heck it is.
What is it?
I don't know. It's actually the jump rope one.
Jump rope?
Yeah, you gotta jump over the thing, or you get
Oh, wave blast.
caught.
Wave. Yeah. Okay.
that thing.
Oh yeah.
Steelhead. Done.
Thingy, yeah. Ouija got it.
Cool.
Oh, another one? Jim's got another one. I'm on my way.
Oh. Oh, I see.
Got it. Whoop, whoop.
I got the fish check.
It smacked me away
Yeah.
into the water, and I nailed it. Whoop, whoop.
Oh
Man, I'm just sliding all over the place. I just slid right in the water. I think I turned my sensitivity up on accident.
We have 2 fish sticks in our base. Can we get rid of these?
I would love to, but I am dead. Oh, whoever threw that bomb. Thank you.
Oh, double dolphin action.
Love me a double dolphin. Oh,
Who doesn't? But
I just threw,
not
I threw a fish egg away.
And the ball.
Oh my gosh.
I got eaten by a moth. This is a nightmare. This is so bad. I would not be able to do this job for real because I would just be scarred all day.
Wow.
Thanks, June.
Heavy.
It's doing so well. Jin's literally carrying us. This is not an exaggeration.
I love carrying you, June says.
Aww. Don't carry me in your strong, strong arms.
That's just a helicopter. Okay.
Well, I just got Moz. That was fun.
You are just getting mods left and right.
Dude, you gotta hit those fadeaway jumpers, dude. You know what I mean? Just swim back a little bit and then throw out the grenade. It's an easy kill. Luigi, you got an Italian behind you.
Not anymore.
I'm watching the weather boy over here.
You know you can hit their things back at them, right?
Vaguely. June, please turn around. Thank you. Almost quota.
We need one more.
I'm going to get the stinger. Oh, June's got the stinger. Working on the steelhead then. No, you don't. That's not yours. Thank you. Why? Whoa.
Got it. We're doing great. 90% of it is good. I'm sure. I'm confident.
Got left. There it is.
Oh, where's the mosquitoes? These are my eggs.
I'll take it.
Alright, Splutomatic. Mid-tide. Final wave.
Final wave? Oh shit, okay.
That's what it says. Boss Salmonoid. Where? Where's their boss Salmonoid?
Steelio.
Oh.
And
Hello.
and a steelhead.
Well, I'm not worried about the steelhead. I have a short range gun. I mean, that's not my problem.
I got left.
Missiles? Oh, there's missiles.
Did I get left and right? Someone else get.
I think someone else got right.
What there? What?
Where's the steel heels all the way on the wrong side of the map?
Stinger, but yeah, I'm going.
Same. I'm gonna handle this dolphin, maybe? No, I'm not. Oh, no, I'm just gonna die. Actually, I'm gonna get run over.
Frozen both Italians.
Great. You
Got
want to get
teeth.
eaten?
Technically, the gelato.
Frozen Italians is just a gelato.
I mean, you read about that.
There are so many eggs. Oh my god.
It's okay. Just gotta clean up.
Get away. These are ours. Stop it.
Got it. Quota.
Stop taking my eggies. No.
That's that. We win.
Ah.
Jesus Christ.
So
Oh, hey.
No.
Let's go.
Emergency.
No. What if we did? What if we did? John, I'm so glad you love carrying me. Please continue to do so. 'Cause I'm not good at this game.
Oh my god.
Oh, gee. Oh, no. I have a sniper rifle. Are you kidding me?
Let's go, TX. Come on.
I believe it. Okay.
Hitting
I'm
it.
paving the way for the next generation to swim up the wall.
It's too close to those eggs.
It's too close. Yeah, I can't get them.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Where is the...
And I got two.
Get out of here.
There you go, June.
I'm getting the thingy, the stinger. Got him.
Okay. Alright, that's good. That's good stuff. Dolphin and an Italian right in the same spot. Like he's on top of it.
You give me those eggs.
Let's go.
We need them.
Everybody line up.
Come on, just
Buffet style. Oh, I
shake it off, Ouija. Don't panic.
I'm trying not to panic.
got a steel head.
Almost
and,
done. Just stay on the boss.
Here.
I am nowhere near anyone.
I got one egg. I'm coming in. Where is he? Where is he? Where
Near
is
the
he?
base. He's near base.
Ow.
Come on, come on, come on, come on.
I couldn't make it back.
That was so close.
Come on. Dude, we were so close.
I threw an egg in the general direction and then was immediately splatted from behind. Ugh. That was so hard.
We were doing so well.
It's just big sad.
I'm big sad.
Aww,
It was in my face like the whole time, and I was just like kiting it.
You were doing great.
So close. So close. Come on, Kozuna, you fucking bastard. He was dead.
It was.
He had
Didn't
pixel
wanna
health.
admit it.
Oh my god.
One combo away.
True.
Yeah, the Luna Blaster. It's low tide.
Going.
It's a big thing.
Tornado. I've got second throw.
I'll do first throw. Because I got thing for hitting.
Oh, it's shallow.
Like kind
Shit.
of far up. Oh. I see you, Rocky.
Thank you.
Yep. That's what we do here.
I got it.
I don't have quota yet. How?
We've almost got it.
Is it because I'm slow?
No.
Sorry.
It's because I
Doing my
died.
best.
Ah,
Quota.
quota. Even got a couple more for you. One more. That's all I got. Double quota. Hey yo.
Ooh. And I broke open the second case right at the end there.
Hell yeah.
I wish I had a faster gun for that. It would have been better. Whoop-lies.
Ouija, get on the wall. Pick a wall. Doesn't matter. Just pick one. Going. They got on the wall.
You get like a little bit on the wall, maybe sometimes.
Ah.
Oh, me! Oh, hi! Nope, not me anymore.
Whoa, GG's.
It just quickly goes downhill, that one.
Yeah. That's why I really think it's the other like that's a good spot, but it's easy to get. They come at you from multiple angles. But on the other wall with the graffiti on it, the wood planks with the graffiti, there's only one spot, one direction they can come from
Yeah.
to try and get down to you. So that might be a better option.
You can try it.
I gotta get out of here anyway. Thanks for
Well,
letting me play though.
yeah, no worries.
Jeez.
Impossible coin.
Oh,
It's your
damn.
boy. It's John
What
here
Alright.
to give you the best tips in order to beat Kohozuna.
Okay.
Oh my god.
I'm here.
Hi, June.
Oh no!
I think we
No,
do the
he
same
was.
thing.
Yeah, he was ducking.
Also,
Oh really?
yeah.
Yeah. It's
Oh,
okay.
I missed him.
What have you
No,
learned?
okay.
What's the Kozun attack, bro?
Oh, I've learned so much in my years of training. And studying.
In my study abroad period.
There it is. That's what I-
So do we have to get Luigi out of here?
Oh shit. No, there we
no,
go.
they're able to leave.
He
yeah.
left. Bandit.
You do have to wait for Rocky to say.
All right. I was gonna
ready to
see if
go,
Bandit
though.
was gonna join us.
Is Bandit still here?
I don't know. That's what I was asking. Bandit.
Ah.
And if you want to join us, we might have to add you.
Bandit is not still here.
Okay.
Bandit is my. I'm friends with Bandit on Steam though, or on Steam on Switch.
Mhm.
So.
I know they're friends with me.
Yeah, if one of your friends is in a room, as long as there's no password, anyone can, like anybody on that friends list can see it.
Well, what I was telling Tegan the other night about, like, not Kohozuna, but just Salmon Run in general,
Okay.
is you have to figure the weapons first, and then lay out map, and then like what your goal is. Sniper, we've got low tide. If just good, that means that you guys are.
I need you to eat your microphone.
Hi.
Thank you.
June, you play back up. I got it. I got first toss. Cheeks, can you do second?
Yep, I'll do second.
The problem is we got a rando, so it's
Rando's
That's
staying up
okay.
here at first. That's fine. So I'll push up as soon as we get all these out.
Stop. Jen! What happened?
You got
I
caught.
have a sniper, and there's a bunch of little guys.
Yeah, the small fries are huge pain in the ass with sniper.
Also, I just kind of noticed last round that in this kind of like toss the egg toss, every egg counts for 2 eggs. Have you guys ever noticed that?
I thought it was, it counted based on how many people handled it. So, like, if at least 2 people are... Like, it counts as you handling 2 eggs if 1 egg makes it in the basket. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think they're just double points here.
I think it's, yeah. It seems like
Ah, okay.
egg in the basket.
Ah,
At least on this particular
nice.
like mini game, but like the rest of them,
Yeah.
not really.
yeah. Alright, I have the Luna Blaster, and it's high tide. That means I'm front line. Oh, it's dark again.
If you have the wave breaker, the jumpy rope,
I do.
I got killer whale.
but also it's mud mouth, so it's not real.
So now it doesn't matter.
Because if we get high tide
Yeah. Oh, I jumped in the water. It did not land well. My bad. Oh. Bomb! Good bomb.
Damn it! All the small fries.
So many small fries.
All
Not your
the
fault.
small
Small
fries.
the yeah.
I'm stupid. I don't know why I did that.
I don't like this level because it's so easy to fall.
Thank
I
you.
think that's the point.
One more. Quota. Yeah, let's just get out of here. Jesus Christ.
Rocky, why did you toss yourself into the water? That's the opposite of what you want to do, even though we are
He's team water. Naturally.
I was just trying to go home.
Oh my God. Oh no, wrong way. This way.
I got the dolphin. Jesus. Maybe I don't have a dolphin. Thanks, Deeks.
There was a steelhead, but I got him. So who's got the missiles? Huh? Because it sure isn't me. I'm trying to not get mobbed.
Hit the fadeaways, Teagues.
What?
The fadeaway jumper.
Don't know what that means. Can someone please
It's
take out
basketball.
these missiles?
really don't know.
I sure would love to provide. You know what? Great.
Oh yeah, there you
Come
go.
here.
There you go.
No! Stop it! Leave me alone! I can't do anything like this!
Oh my god, Teagues.
Please!
You can't.
No!
Run, TJ, run.
I can't Moz and
I need one more for quota, please and thank you.
I tried. I did my best.
I got it.
I can't Moz and missiles and small fry and everything else with a sniper rifle. I simply cannot.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Look at John. Look at her little dapper pose. How many points was the dapper pose, John?
That's just umbrella. That's just the umbrella.
What?
I don't use any special poses.
Oh. That.
Okay. Oh, that's the effective range. That's the fucking problem. Okay.
It's very short. The Luna
It's
blasters are very short.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can deal with
You
that.
really gotta
It's
do like the
not very
swim and pop.
powerful either.
Because it does a lot of damage. It's just like it's so short.
That's why blasters always do that swim and jump thing. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
I have this. I have the umbrella.
Got a fish stick
Where,
coming.
Fish stick. That's good. There's a steel eel coming.
Which way?
On top of the grates.
Okay.
I got him. Mom wants to eat me.
There we go. Someone got the fadeaway. Let's go.
Ma said, you know who sounds delicious? Keegan and Jun. I'm sure they're very sweet. There is a weatherman.
Ugh. There's so much chum over here that I couldn't actually get to the... There we
Oh
go.
no, we got a stinger. Oh. It's in the south part where no one ever hangs out. I'm going.
Easy
Need my
quota
shotgun.
though.
Got it.
Hey, got him.
Don't forget when you're tossing eggs, the action of tossing does burst ink in front of you, and you can kill fishies with it.
Fair enough.
I get the sniper rifle this time. I am not as good at it as Jun is, but I will give it a shot. Let's see. Where are we looking? Oh, nope. Just on Mars? Boring.
Easy Mars, let's go.
Alright.
Oh, dolphin!
The steelhead.
Oh, where's the steelhead? Oh, I see it. Ah, I gotta wait. I almost got eaten by stuff coming behind us.
Steel
so
eel.
watch out.
Tried to. Oh, now somebody's in my cabinets.
Stinger.
Somebody's in your cabinets.
It's not even Colby.
You don't have cheese in your cabinets? We got missiles and we got stinger.
This is down.
I got a left.
Oh, there's a.
I'm gonna get right. I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna
Quotas
get it.
met.
As long as somebody gets that stupid stinger. Nice.
Ah, Stinger got me, sorry.
Stinger got me!
Uh,
Uh-oh!
okay.
Uh-oh, gamers!
That's fair. I ignored the stinger, so that's on me. I get it. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I'll blame you.
Please don't ignore Stinger, Rocky.
No, you're right. Absolutely right. Jesus.
No more Stinger ignorance.
Hard work. Oh, it's us again! Mega's back.
Let's go, Mega.
Mega wants to get a Kozuna. Little do they know. We are actually terrible. The only good one in our party is Jun.
Ayo, chill out.
No. This is about practice. This is about good or bad.
You have practiced more, and therefore you are better.
Missiles and Weatherman. Going left.
Right, Ted?
Right? Oh, mine fell out. Sorry. Oh, someone got it.
Always believed.
Oh, I got.
Weatherman is down.
Oh, thank you. Steelio. And also a slamming lid.
Oh man, he took our thing. True.
Literally everyone was like, I got this. Like,
Yeah.
jump on it. Oh, there's a stinger down here. I'm gonna get it.
I'm coming to back you up.
Got it.
Easy quota.
Weatherman. 2 Weathermen and a slammer lid.
If the people just stand over this river.
Right. Excellent. Ha 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 ha. Good
Ooh,
job.
got
Good
it.
job.
Okay. Super up close blaster. Got it.
Mid-tide. Not dark yet. Ah,
Dolphin.
Dolphin.
Dolphin's down.
What do we got next?
Steelhead. Steelhead down.
Oh, there's missile somewhere.
I deserve that. That's entirely fair. God damn it.
Got
Thanks,
your
Takes.
eye. Yep. Dolphin.
Dolphin down.
There's a stinger also, you said? Alright. I'm heading to stinger. Stinger missiles in the same spot.
Beautiful. Ah. Now it's just a bunch of eggs. Hell yeah.
It's great.
Damn it. I got killed as my ult was coming out.
It's only whoever's got the umbrella.
It's Mega.
Mega. Oh! I'm up!
Almost. Just one more. No, it's 2 more. Yeah, GG. Sorry.
Heck. Man, that was close.
Yeah, a little sloppy on my end.
It's okay. We'll get it. I hope we don't get our asses handed to us again on Splatfest. I
Same.
hope Team Fire gets crushed. I hope Team Fire has to defend themselves.
That means they have to win early on.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. They're gonna lose. I hope that Big Man ends up on the defending team.
That's fine. We can handle it.
I don't know. Wasn't Big Man the one that was defending
Yeah.
this time?
Big Man's been
Just the
defending
first time.
every single time.
We didn't defend the second time. Again.
No. Big Man was defending at the mid-time last game. We were on Team Fry.
No, we
last
weren't.
time.
We weren't on Team
We
Fry. We were
were-
on Big Man.
We were Team Grub. Team Grub was Fry.
Yeah, no. Team Fun
Was defending at the midpoint. Mud? Where's the mud? Oh, there it is. I'm like, where is this mouth made of mud?
when I picked, or when you pick the team this time, Shiver is like, oh, I only won twice.
Yeah, don't I deserve the most relaxing team?
Yeah.
You're correct. You deserve a relax.
Not yours.
Fine, actually.
There's a golden mud mouth.
Nice.
Oh, I didn't see this.
Oh no, where's our friend?
Mega's up. Nice.
Good job.
Apparently our job has only been adequate so far, Teeks.
Yeah, I don't care. I don't care. You know what?
It's good enough.
If Grizz wants better, he can come down here and show us how it's done.
What if Grizz goes busted? Imagine if Mr. Grizz is just like absolutely apeshit. There's a big shot.
He's too far away.
Get your back up off the wall.
Oh yeah, I'll do that. You guys toss him up and I'll get him in.
Teeks like, whatever takes me out of danger. Please and thank
Yeah,
you.
I hate this. There's a reason I'm a healer, man.
Oh my gosh. Got it.
That was good.
I'm going for the stinger.
Good idea.
Done.
Another
You
singer?
you stay up there.
I can't, I'm dead.
Why did you die?
Because I got sandwiched between some chum. Also, there's another big shot.
Not yours. That's quota. Where's the big shot? Oh my god.
They all big shots show up where the first one was. I swim into the ocean again.
Not all the time.
No.
I've had
I
big
swim in
shots.
the ocean.
I've had big shots like in different.
Same.
I swim in the ocean.
Why are you swimming in the ocean?
I swim in the ocean.
Oh my god. Okay, I'm going. I'm going to get this stinger.
I want to make sandwiches, apparently. I just got sandwiched again.
I'd like a sandwich. That sounds
Sandwich is
delicious.
good, I guess.
Sandwiches are good.
I'm just so bad with the sniper rifle. I panic.
Just gotta get a pie.
Teeks, you just gotta find your zen.
I do, you're right. Do you know me?
Yeah,
Do I have any-
Tegan and Zen.
Do I have any level of chill? Like, hello? Where? Oh,
anything?
Steelhead and, Dolphin. And Ama! The mom wants to eat me. Oh,
Got it.
it's gonna eat me.
No, it's not.
It's gonna if it gets its way. Ah, da ba ba!
I'm going for the stinger.
Please stop trying to make me a sandwich. Please stop trying to make me a sandwich!
Got it.
God! Okay, I'm trying to get this steelhead. I got it! Oh my god!
I always believed.
We're apparently leaving edge places.
Hit quota.
There is a stinger and it wants my ass.
I'm getting the stinger.
It's shooting me through the map. That should be illegal. I can't shoot them through the map. There's missiles also. Oh, I didn't see you. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I'm very far away. Maybe.
Got the weatherman.
It's third round, so you can use our guns.
Right.
Nice, Tegan, nice.
I shot the missiles with my ult. I threw my little ult ball in
Yeah,
the missiles.
that's how you do it. That's how
It's
you do
true.
I didn't know I could do that.
Okay, here we go. Ready?
Hell yeah. Okay.
Oh, hell yeah.
I don't even have it full. Who's got it full?
Come on, Teeks, let's go. Mega totally had it full. That's why they were here. That's why they kept coming back.
Yeah.
Okay, I have Charger.
I have a Luna Blaster.
You gotta play up close and personal, Teeks.
I do.
Where is
he? Where? Oh, he's over there.
There's missiles.
There are missiles. Look at that. I sure hope someone has something to do for missiles.
Damn it.
coming. He's up there. Rainmaker. There's a rainy boy. There's a... Oh, I got hit by the stinger.
I got cornered by the stinger.
Where are you? There you are, Rocky. Come here. Rocky, stop moving.
Thank you.
Are you coming after me?
Mega! Mega, you're too close to me! I don't think so either.
I'm stuck. God, I need space to fight bosses. Like on
Yeah. I would like this at low tide, I think.
June, I'm
Better.
passing you my my controller next time I get sniper on this.
Sounds good. Sounds good. I don't like getting sniper on goes.
Oh, it's awful. That makes sense to me. That sounds reasonable.
I'm getting sniper on Kozuna, are you kidding? Give it to me! Run away? Are you kidding?
Tegan,
It's my favorite thing to do!
where's our DPS? We need DPS on Kozuna.
That's not me! Do I look like a DPS?
Yeah, Deegan's healer.
Oh my god. Then heal us. I need. Where are my shields, Tegan? Where's my damage mitigation?
Hey, as soon as I saw you were down, I came right to your ass.
That's true. That did happen.
Nice.
You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right.
Mega was trying to revive from my blast, but he was sitting right under my feet, and I'm like, I can't hit you right there. Move. I need you to take like 2 steps back, please.
Oh my gosh.
Is it Mega again? No, it's someone else.
See, I can do this on sniper.
Low tide.
Low tide? Okay.
Oh, we're gonna get black. Heck yeah, gimme. No, we didn't get the ball. We just get swarms? No, 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 no. I like it when I get the thing.
We can get that.
Easy.
You're supposed to get the slim lid on top of this.
Rocky, you're supposed to hit the thing. Uh oh, there's missiles coming. Just so y'all know.
What thing am I supposed to be hitting?
The steel head top, but that's okay.
I did. I just shot it.
Well, you're supposed to have the
Right.
slamming lid hit this.
Now you're supposed to revive both Jen and I, but through the slamming lids, stuff.
How about that? Does that work out for you too?
Yeah, that works out. I appreciate it. The stinger got me.
Nope, they got me.
They got me real bad. Help me. There's a big shot. There's another stinger coming up on the right. Big shot's in the middle.
Oh,
I traded. Only for comet droids.
No! Rocky, why didn't you? Rocky, where are my heels?
I was a sniper and I rezzed you both. I had 3 reses that time, okay? Why are you guys still dead? Oh my gosh.
I died a bunch because I'm bad at this game, but it's okay.
Okay, let's do like one or two more of these and then we can try to do the normal thing again so we can actually do what we came here for.
Okay.
Sure.
Yeah, that's fair. Alex is cooking food and he's gonna bring it to me and I'm gonna get to eat it. It's gonna be good. I don't know what it is, but it's gonna be from HelloFresh.
right.
Not
I
sponsored.
had,
Not sponsored, should be
Indian
sponsored.
food.
Not sponsored, should be sponsored.
Ooh,
I had Indian food yesterday, so I have leftovers.
delicious.
And
Wonderful.
it's even better after it sits in rice overnight.
Yeah, what do you get?
I got a butter chicken.
Missiles. I'm getting left.
I'm
No,
not
I'm
getting
not.
anything, but I am reviving you, maybe.
Yeah, probably, because now I'm dead. Thank you. There we go. Oh my god, are you kidding?
There's two. Uh-oh, hang on. There's two steel heads behind us. And they're both aiming at me.
Might want to watch out.
Well, the other guy tried to help and failed. There we go. Why couldn't you do that before? Buddy?
As I was dead.
I mean, that's fine, but the other guy was just like sitting here like looking at stuff, and I'm like, what do you do? Sir? Sir? What are you doing? My good squid? My good squid? What are you doing? Excellent, excellent. Good, good, good. We got 21 of 13, so we're set.
Ah!
Oh, you saved it! How did you do that?
I got in the wall, like, before I hit the water.
Very nice.
That's what I tried to do, but
I hear that, man.
Alright, mid-tide, dark. Fog! Uh-oh.
I see.
Stinger. Okay. What's over there, bud? What's this way? I'm coming, I'm coming. You gotta take your stuff. You can't just... Buddy. He's just... Whoop! It wants me. He's just this way without...
There's nothing there?
No, there's eggs. I do care about eggs, but also, like, if you have an egg,
Goldie.
do something about it. There's missiles somewhere.
Goldie.
I got splatted, but there were also missiles, so. Oh, watch out for your big shot, Rocky.
Damn it.
What do I got? What do I got? Oh, no. How did I end up being the only player left? What happened?
No one got the big shot. I got
Yeah.
sandwiched.
Oh, no. Alright. So in the fog, we gotta watch for missiles and big shot, mostly?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe?
Yeah.
Missiles and big shot and stinger.
I mean,
Do we
isn't
wanna do
that
one
what
more
you
stealth?
usually- whatever Rocky's up for, I can't make it. Yeah.
Why am I in charge? Whatever. We can do one more.
Okay, one more.
Okay, good. Because I've got 2,999, and I'm like, I need one more point!
You just said one more point!
You didn't want to impose.
It's not an imposition.
You're right about that.
it's not even, it's your stream.
It's my podcast. And I want it now. It's my podcast, and so I have to look good. And I am not looking good.
Oh, Lord.
You're all bad weapons.
I'm sorry,
to me.
T. This is my fault because I have to carry you here.
You're right, yeah.
Look at my shoulders.
Thank you. Thank you. Now I am tall, as I should be.
Oh my god.
Tegan, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to tell you this.
No, I know you're short, but I am tall on top of your shoulders. Hey, what if we didn't all aim for the same side of the thing?
I aim for let them roll down. Yeah, they both rolled out. We both
rolled out.
It really did.
Oh, it did? Oh, okay. Never mind then. I wasn't
there was
looking,
like
so
two of them that rolled out.
I was not looking. So, that's fair.
So how can you say that?
I'm sorry. I'm trying not to die. Come back here. Oh, fish stick. One of you guys with some range want to handle one of these stupid fish sticks? Because there's two of them now?
Is there an Italian up here?
Yeah, there is. I'm good, I'm good. I got very quiet, but it's because I was trying not to die.
I saw just a whole ton of fish around you. Like.
Yeah, and I was like, nah, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Oh,
Not yours.
That's not fine. There's two steelheads down here. They are lurking.
We hit quota, it's just not die. That's all we gotta do. Not die.
Yeah, just
Easy.
should be easy. Nice.
Where are you?
Hey, Rocky, that thing that you told me not to do.
June,
Why are you all the way
please.
down there, John?
I was getting the stinger, so nobody even had to deal with it.
I appreciate that. I do appreciate that.
Adequate job, piece of shit. God damn it.
Alrighty, I got
High tide.
high tide and sniper and dark, maybe?
Whoa!
No, not
I
dark.
jumped. Did you guys see that? That was.
I did.
Great work, June. I was.
Oh, Stelia!
I'm going.
Oh no! No!
You're fine. You're fine.
No, I wasn't fine. Categorically was not fine, and neither was Jun.
That was my fault. You were just in a bad spot.
Help me!
Not yours.
Mine. My egg?
Let's go. Mine? Mine?
Mine?
Good shit,
Got him.
Teeks.
Thanks. Steelhead behind us. I'm on it.
Okay. Watch your back, Teeks.
I got it. It's okay.
Nice, nice, nice.
I'm actually very good at dodging. because I'm jump happy, I'm very good at like whoop right out of there. There's a maw. Hey, did you know there's a maw? Oh, I hit that the wrong direction, sorry.
That's not great.
I see you, Rocky, hang on. Gotta wait for this thing.
Oh, hey, it's a Celio.
Good shot.
A steel eel? Oh, look at that. There's the weatherman. Weatherman. Good job.
Great. You're great.
Yeah, we did real
Oh,
good.
we did it. We did it. Excellent.
We did real good that time. This is what I need. I need the sniper rifle, and I need everything to stay away from me.
There you go. That's it. That's the vibe. That's the entire vibe, actually. Basket's not moving. Okay.
Yeah, we're mid-tide, not low-tide. Oh, there's an Italian.
I'm going for the steelhead.
Get those small ones.
Steelhead's dead.
Good.
I got the stinger. Just get out of here, Junior. You got it. Oh my god.
Where is that the only direction? Oh, there's a big shot coming. Hang on. We're working on it.
Ow. Thank you.
Alrighty, let's see. What do we got? Weather boy.
Oh, weather boy.
Oh, weather boy. Hey, did you know if you hit the weatherman's green things before they explode, you can launch them right back at him in one shot? There's a stinger, and I'm on it. There's missiles down here also.
2 Celials in the base. Yeah, some mercy. Fucking Jesus Christ.
Nope.
I didn't get it in time.
Sorry.
Thank you. We're alive. I'm dead though. Please live. 10 seconds. We already hit quota.
Come to the middle, come to the middle.
Thank you for that booyah bomb.
Here's. We're good.
Very nice. Very nice. The bomb revival strats are good because they roll a little bit.
Yep.
69, nice.
nice. That's a good number to end it on.
Yeah!
Yeah.
It's a funny number. Alrighty, now we're gonna try to regular salmon run.
Look at regular numbers. Did you guys see my numbers?
Your numbers were kind of nuts, dude. Not gonna lie.
Yeah. 22, and you guys.
How do you do that?
13. I have no idea. Just. There it is.
Okay, I'm March leave, so I'm gonna cash in all my stuff.
Yep. We gotta leave the room also.
Yeah. Hater nonsense. Okay.
Swap for chunks. Swap for chunks. Swap for chunks. Keep New Year. Swap for chunks. Keep New Year. Oh my goodness. I got some weird headgear now.
Oh, yeah.
What stages do we have today?
Right now?
Mahi Mahi and Mako Mart. Okay.
Our least favorite!
I hate
And our
Mahi
favorite.
Mahi, but
Eee, my dude looks fresh.
Oh, heck yeah.
Oh,
He
hell
looks
yeah.
so good.
that's
Unfair. I accidentally walked immediately back into Grisco, so hang on. I look awful.
You don't look bad.
Gross. I look bad. Laser lemon hair and a forest green shirt. Are you kidding? It's bad. It's not a little bad. It's pretty bad. Alrighty, here we go. I'm making a room.
Okay.
I'm gonna look at some different pants.
Wait, Teeks, have you
Maybe.
finished the story mode?
Yeah.
Okay.
I haven't done the secret. I haven't finished the secret level yet.
I wonder if like the story mode is like how you get like the bigger locker.
The bigger locker you can just buy through that one shop.
Oh, really? Okay.
You can buy it in the general shop, but I don't know if that's after story mode or not.
I haven't beaten the only thing I haven't beaten is the secret level. But your locker automatically increases in size once just based on how much you play. So, Jen, are you coming or no?
I am, but it's not showing me you guys are in a room.
Did you
It's showing
refresh?
me that you're on. How do I refresh?
Press X.
You hit X.
Oh yeah. No, I did that like a million times. It's not.
We're in a regular turf war.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna close Splatoon because it wasn't updating. So.
Oh, maybe that.
It just showed both you and Rocky on the clock, and it wasn't updating. So.
Oh. Yeah, that's not right.
Wait, on the clock? Are you still at Grisco?
No.
No, I came into the lobby and I went to like join you guys, but for some reason it wasn't updating. I wonder if it's just because like my internet wasn't like refreshing, and I couldn't get it to refresh to be like show you guys that you were in a room. It was just showing you as on the clock.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Part of me is like, I want to wear these boots because they're similar enough to the boots that I always wear. But the rest of me is like, but these aren't good boots. What I want. They're run speed up, not swim speed up. That doesn't help. I don't know.
Run speed is good.
Yeah, but I want swim speed up.
Tegan, I have a question about Ohio.
Yeah.
Am I just going to have to make peace with $15 Reuben Savages for the rest of my life?
Yeah.
Damn.
I mean, maybe. It depends on, like, where and what you're getting. But yeah, you're also gonna have to make peace with mediocre Mexican food.
Oh, no, that's okay. I can make Mexican food with my hands, so I'll be alright.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
Like, I'll have people fly in Chile. I don't care. Like, Jesus Christ.
Right, they'll come visit you and they'll fly in Chile.
Yeah.
You look ridiculous with that hat, Tegan.
Thanks, we do. Yeah, I know.
It's awesome.
This is the worst hat, I think. Man, we could have had Cyberpunk. I'm so mad. Stupid girl winning. Oh.
Hey, Takes.
I just died. I forgot how Tier 4 works.
Well, blobbers are kind of nuts, so, you know.
Yeah.
Who among us haven't been splatted before?
I got splatted by blah blah.
Got him.
And then we splatted the blobber. And we're about to remind this sniper of our superiority. There we are. By chasing him. You will never know a moment of peace.
Got one.
Oh!
Got two.
This Splatana got up right behind me! Heck. Splatana Stamper. That was good. That was a good move on their Stamper. Please leave me to my own devices. Thank you.
Roller's out of ink. Push on him.
Oh, not the poor roller.
Yeah. Not our roller.
Got the charger.
Oh, I did.
Oh, that sniper got me real good.
Yeah.
We don't have very good map control right now.
It's okay, I have ult coming up in like 5. I'm gonna retake center.
5 minutes? Rocky, I hope you know that our game is only 3 minutes.
I traded with the Stamper.
No!
Coming to you, TX Care.
Yep. Blobber coming up.
Stamper on the right. Oh, man.
Yeah, Blobber with the sniper right behind him. We didn't stand a chance, frankly.
Jesus. Jumping to Mitchell. Gonna try to push into their base.
Do it. You can. They're trying to get into ours.
Nope. They figured me out. I'm dead.
Ah, heck. Ooh.
I'll take that.
That was terrible at the end.
Mm-hmm.
It's a warm-up match, though. It's a warm-up match. It's okay. We gotta get out. They didn't even make their whole base. I'm so mad. Oh, well, it's fine. Fine. It's fine. It's fine. That's your team, though. 2 water, 2 fire.
Mm-hmm.
Rocky, those are your cohorts.
Those are my people.
Cohorts.
Those are my cohorts, yeah.
I'm changing this hat. This is not a good hat for me. Change gear and then go. I'm cool with this gear. I'm pick stupid sunglasses instead.
I had 9 splats on that game. That's okay.
Hell yeah.
That's pretty good.
I was dying too much though. It's okay. I can figure it out.
Yeah, I died 6 times. Yeah.
Our ult counts are good too. By the way,
Are there?
we had 3 ults. June had 2, but you and me had 3 ults.
Well, Mitchell didn't use any ults. That's
Mitchell was
probably
asleep.
why we died.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mitchell just hung out.
Just chilling.
Ooh, I smell food. Ooh.
I thought you were gonna say, I smell the team. I smell them coming.
I do smell them coming also, but like, yum. Is it pork chops? Oh, heck yeah.
Got the player.
Very good.
No, don't get the player. The poor player hasn't even gotten a chance to play.
They're faking us out. Like, people just don't change their stuff anymore.
Or they'll change it if they're like looking at a new weapon.
Right. But they do just have the original Splattershot Jr.
Nice. Oh, nice.
I'm gonna switch strats. I'm gonna go up top.
Okay.
Oh, fuck. I knew that's what was happening. They're coming into our base up top.
Going.
Because we were all below.
I haven't gotten an ult yet.
While you guys are up there, I'm gonna be down here. Got him though. I died, but I got him.
I'm gonna reclaim our space.
Fair. I'm gonna come up on the side. Ink your base. Ink your turf. I sure do love being left to my own devices. Hello? Hello?
To ink turf?
Yeah, I like it when they just leave me alone.
Jesus.
You gotta get around that crab tank.
Ooh. Hello. Okay, well.
I got around the splat wall and then I got splatted by the crab tank. Okay, I think
the Splatana was like in front of me. They ulted and went to do their Spider-Man shit, and they got right behind me, and I saw him. And he splatted me. So you know what?
Oh, Rocky, look at you! I'm coming to you. Oh no, no!
No, don't do that. Cancel that, Teeks.
I can't. Couldn't cancel it. Sorry. It sucks being splatted by your own gun.
Damn, threw it too
I
deep.
fell in the water right at the end. Yummy! Potato and pork chop.
Yeah.
Yum, 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 yum. Oh! We were doing real well right up until the end.
That sounds about right. Maybe we should like hold back for like the last like 20 seconds and then just like then push an offense.
I think on this map that would be beneficial, but
Yeah, I don't think that works on every map, but this one maybe. Keep going!
Oh my god!
What?
Look at my screen. I just got new skills. Triple swim speed.
Triple
Oh,
swim
nice.
speed. Let's go. That was awesome.
Excellent. 10 out of 10. Your Splatfest fit is gonna be rocking.
I'm excited. Actually, hold on. If I cake this stuff, I'll have to do it. So I want to switch my skills. I want to see if I can get swim speed. I think I have enough swim speed at that point. If I keep those, then I want to put ink resistance and ink recovery.
Oh yeah, ink resistance is kind of important when you're dualies, isn't it?
Yeah.
Out of here. Ouch, but I got him.
Oh yeah.
Hero shot replica jerk. There's someone else over where I was now. Again! Again in the corner!
Got two in the center.
Sad.
Nice!
Let's go,
Good
Teeks.
answer. Oh, no you don't. Ah!
Get him?
Fell off the map.
Oh, they fell off. Well, at least ooh.
I'll take
Scared
that.
them until they fell off the map. They
Yeah,
just went a little too far. Ouch. I got
Damn it.
good.
I don't know why I thought I could win that. I was wrong.
Would you fail at winning?
Trizuka.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's never gonna be a good matchup. These guys are hanging up on me. Oh,
They've identified you as a threat. Congratulations.
I guess so.
How does it feel to be a popular target? Whoa! No, that's not fair! This camper got me in the air.
Gemini.
What's Gem doing?
I think I have space for like one more ult.
What is? She's causing chaos.
Obviously. Get out of here. Why are you in our base?
30 seconds.
We need more turf. Less war.
Working.
Love is
Just
turf.
lost center. Damn it.
Oh, I got him right at the end, but I don't think it was enough.
No.
They didn't ink base again.
Close.
That was a lot closer than I thought it was gonna be, but something isn't right here. I have to think. I have to think real hard. Think. Okay, I got. Yeah, I'm also changing gear. Changing boots. Let's try these babies on instead. See how that goes.
My other fit is also pretty solid.
Is it?
Yeah. Hold on. I can get out of the ink. Ah, shit. Well, you'll see it in there.
I'll see it on the battlefield.
I changed it to like the white, like high tops and like the white headphones.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, since they also come out neutral. Okay.
That's a good one.
I'm gonna go left. Thanks for the cover.
There are missiles.
Noted.
Haha. Jumped in the water.
Damn, Akira slide.
That was a good Akira slide.
True.
I got him though.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
That was good.
I didn't see where they were. I just got them.
They were jumping down behind to get me.
Not lucky me? Yeah, I don't know about all that. Got the J-Boy. Oh my god.
Oh no, J-Boy's coming up.
June?
Ah! Was that a good answer for you?
Yeah, that's fair. That told me what I needed to know, actually.
Got their bow guy, but that was it. I was like in their base.
That works. We can take center off of it.
Yeah, we totally can. Here, arrow spray. Get out of here. I hope everybody's still alive.
I am. But I got pinned against the wall. Fuck.
They're coming short, so.
Okay, so just slow down. We should be able to close this out.
They're retaking center real hard. Real hard. Ah, heck. I just jumped into the water on accident.
Got polar place.
They're 2 down.
Same.
Oh,
Good, June. We got it.
We got this. We got this.
oh, hell yeah. That plan worked out so well.
That worked
Rocky.
so well. Oh my god. Good job.
Look at that. Hell yeah. Man, strategizing.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Who would have thought? I got splatter. Hell yeah.
You got #1 splatter?
Mm-hmm.
And #1 Turfinker.
It was Tiggs' game. She's online now.
I've been plugged in. Matrix is uploaded. I can see
I got
every
my
equation.
I got run speed.
I got my last Splat T slot.
You-
anyways. And I wonder if I want to scrub them and then go again. But I like the things that I got, so.
If you like the things you got, keep them. Flat tees are great for farming chunks, though.
That's what I was thinking, is that I could farm chunks, but.
Yeah, just remember, like, you don't try to put chunks on your splat tee because that's a waste. So you don't get to keep it.
Oh, but this round. True, but like they're cheaper. Like.
This is the green they're gonna use for us.
Okay. Well, at least I'll know what I look like. We got 2 blob blockers.
Yeah, it's a good opportunity to check your fit. Ouch, but I got him.
Damn. A little too close to Kelby.
Get out of here. Where are you? You're over here.
Why are they pushing into our base? No! Hate
That's
this
okay, I'm about to be pushing into their base.
Nice, Tegan. Let's go.
Let's go, Tiggs.
Ouch. But they've been distracted, so. One of them the guy who spotted me swam into the ocean, so.
Oh, okay.
So they're back down to 2.
Oh my god, why did I kill myself after killing Kelby?
Right? The
Just
struggle.
a note.
There's a heavy splatling right outside base, just so you know.
Noted.
Man, this is a bad turf for those.
Yeah, it's wild.
Water level's dropping.
It's great, but it's also
It's so easy
bad.
to get hit.
Mm-hmm.
That's why it's good.
It's good to have, but it's bad to be against.
Push them out.
Whoop. Ow. I got smashed.
Got popped.
Just
Play just a little bit of defense. Okay, after that wave breaker breaks, go push forward.
Yep.
Look out.
Ult's live. Got Evan.
Nice.
Got Claire. That's us.
Did we get
GG's. That's us.
Is that?
Are you sure? Oh yeah, I saw your map. Second.
Got him.
Okay.
Easy.
Okay.
Oh, I am turned on. You're right. Fuck.
You got some fuel in you.
Yeah, Alex made me a healthy meal, and now I can play Splatoon again.
Shoutouts. Shoutouts to Alex.
Yeah, the true MVP.
You want to scrub your tea?
No, I'm gonna actually change though. I'm gonna get a
Okay.
since I have 2 arms.
8 Splat Tegan, huh? Alright.
Apparently, yeah.
Hell yeah.
Who knew? I did die 5 times, so could be
mean,
worse. Could be like a parfait down there. 6 splats, no deaths. Delicious. This is really good. I will say, for people who don't know how to cook, meal kit box, good.
True.
Because has instructions and also already did grocery shopping for you, so you don't have to sweat.
Ooh, pro tip. I feel like there's a pipeline, like you hang out on HelloFresh for a while, and then you get comfortable with knife work, and then you stop buying, like, the pre-cut stuff from the grocery store, and you just save, like, $1 billion. Maybe one day I'll be able to buy a house. Who knows?
Amazing. Could you imagine?
Can't believe HelloFresh is crippling the housing industry.
Yeah, right. It's not the avocado toast anymore.
It's the avocado toast that comes in the HelloFresh.
Oh, fuck. Oh, there's 2 dead. Yeah, we're taking their space. Oh, there's a guy behind me.
Except that one guy's in our base.
One guy in our base isn't gonna kill us, though.
Yeah.
Someone's gonna die.
He killed me!
Someone's gonna die, and it's
me!
No, why were you in our base?
I'm still inking, because this guy's in our base.
Oh, he's coming for you.
Yeah.
He came for you.
Oh my god, he threw the hammer at me. That
Did he
piece
get
of
you?
shit, yeah. Like, there were 2 people on me, and then a 3rd guy off screen threw the hammer at me, and I died.
Lame. Unjust.
Oh, look, they're all dead? Okay, that works for
I
me.
just killed 2 of them. Never mind, I'm fine.
Let's go.
There's one guy over here, just so you know, Rocky.
I'm looking.
Oh, he's coming up behind us, Rock.
Oh, where?
Yeah, he's not Stamper.
Setting that down. If he shows up, we'll find him.
I got him.
Let's go, Teeks.
Vitamin zoning. Get fucked. There's guy. Clean up this Stanford mess.
Oh man, Splatshot Pro outranges me? Okay, that's fair.
Alright, I'm on track to ink a ton. I'm behind you.
Okay, minute left, be safe. Build towards an ult, try not to die.
I have no.
Oh yeah.
I just used Bill to build towards an
Go, come here. Good cover, John.
But they got me behind.
I know they got you behind, but you kept them from getting me. Good. So thank you.
Okay, got an ult live. There's two right here.
Me and the Splatana Stamper are going at it, and he got me. Ugh. We got 10 seconds, and we gotta reclaim hard.
Working on it.
Ow. Hey, did you know that if you get run over by a reef slider, you just die?
Yeah.
Did you know that you can die
Yeah.
by being run over by an Akira slide?
Yeah, I do know that.
Sliders do.
Yeah, they
I
do.
didn't know that.
Deacon, please.
I didn't know that. I've never
You
run
didn't
over
know
one
that?
before. No, I've never run over one before. Normally I get out of the way. Whoopsies.
Oh, that's pretty funny.
Whoopsie daisies.
You've been going 2 hours. I'm gonna take a break so I can go eat.
For sure.
Hi. Catalog level 8. Ayo.
Ooh, that's nice. Actually, hold on.
What'd you get?
I got a second ink saver on CO headphones.
Ooh, very nice.
Give me a second.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna back out because I want to change some stuff real quick.
Okay. It's gonna make me play. I will back out after this.
Yep.
But yeah. Because I don't know how to... I don't think... Can you back out once you're matching?
No, you can't. Unless you go. Can you go into like the house?
I got battle time.
Okay.
The house?
Like the thing where you can like, what's it called? Where you like build a room or whatever.
Oh, yeah. Someone on my team for this match is called NPC Macaroni.
All right. Damn.
Like it's NPC and then macaroni. Get out of here.
I'm gonna take the.
Stop. Oh, jeez. That was a good shot. Oh my god. Zebo just splatted me with their Luna Blaster like while I was mid-jump between things.
Okay.
I don't know how they got that high, but good for them.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay. Choose.
Jesus
I'm gonna put the
Christ.
second special down.
This is not going well.
Want to put. Or not special.
I did enough, apparently, that my team is able to get out of base now.
Yeah,
That's good.
that is nice.
We have mid now. It's our mid. Oh, fuck it up, guys. Ooh. Slosher machine, get him!
Hmm.
Oh no! The water level dropped and I got stuck against a wall.
Oh
Whoops.
shit. Okay, so I think this. I think I want to put another incre. So, what can I do? Oh, maps and modes are updated.
Oh, are they?
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Well, that's good, I guess.
Yeah.
Oop. They tried to get me from behind, but I was too fast.
Get it, tease.
I panicked and went whoop, and I swam out of there. I did my favorite sound. Whoop, 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 whoop. Jumping around, I fell in the water.
That you fucked around and found out.
Yeah, I did fuck around. I did find out. That's true.
And I want to. Yes.
Snipper isn't gonna get me though. Snipper thinks he's gonna get me, but he's not.
There we go. And I'm putting ink resistance.
They totally got us. Heck! They super got us at the end. 45 to 43, that's not that bad, actually. I lost to some dude named Squidicus.
They all claim to be Squidicus at the end.
I'm Squidicus and so is my wife. I got overall splatter though.
Hell yeah. Yo, wait, hold on.
That's really good.
Wait, do you see these tinted shades?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm ordering these.
Oh, I got them.
Or do you actually?
Mm-hmm.
So do they change color with your ink or?
Yeah, they do. They super do. It's very nice.
God, those are. Okay. And can you or can you not replace the like initial skill?
You can't replace the main one. You can only replace the sub ones.
Okay. I'm gonna
Eeltail Alley and Sturgeon Shipyard. Okay.
creating a room.
Okay.
I should really go make food. Think a video. But
Did you manage to get to the grocery store?
yeah, we went to the grocery store today.
That's good.
And that's pretty good. No, you can replace the main skill in this game, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, that's what I thought I saw.
You can?
I think so, actually.
In previous ones, you couldn't.
No, that makes sense. But like on the thing where it allows you to like put your skills on or whatever, like to apply a skill, it allows you to highlight the main circle.
Are you kidding?
I'm not. I'm gonna go check.
Bruh. CSEC right now. CSEC right now.
June says, yeah, in past games you couldn't. This game you can. Got it straight from June.
Amazing.
Literally the world's best Splatoon player.
Obviously.
Abilities. Hate this shirt. Yeah, it just costs 45 chunks. Yeah, you can replace it.
Oh, heck. Do I have 45 chunks? Unlikely. Rank. I only have 4 swim speed up drinks. What am I gonna do?
We'll play 100 games, obviously.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Here will gain XP more quickly and is more likely to receive special saver. I think I'm thinking special saver as opposed to special charge up.
Special savers now.
I'm gonna keep it back. I'm gonna get all the money first though because I need money also.
I hear that.
That was a big yawn. Oh, big yawn.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's much better than the time we played Splatoon for 6 hours. Whoops. Only 2 hours in. One day I'm gonna come back to streaming. I want to do it soon. But everything is bad at work right now. But they did just Friday. They told me that they were pushing the project that was supposed to start 2 weeks ago. Really, like a month and a half ago, but ultimately 2 weeks ago. Out to January.
Oh, okay. Well, that seems prudent at this point, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, especially because our code freezes at the end of the month. It's not happening. It's not happening. We know that.
I'm looking at a tweet that reads, I worked during doing inventory for a company that traveled on vans. They fired one of our drivers after work when we arrived at work the next morning at 4 a.m. All the vans were gone. He broke into the office and drove all the vans off in the woods somewhere one by one. Total of 8.
Amazing. You know what? Good for him. We should have taken his keys when they fired him.
Oh, God. Dude, that's... Oh, dude.
That sounds like fun.
You just drive
Who's up here?
in the middle of the wave. In the middle of the...
Sniper! Sniper! No sniping!
Oh, my God.
Oh, nope. I'm in the wrong spot.
Damn.
Good job. Someone.
I pushed a little too far, but I got it.
I scared the sniper over to here. Do that. There you are.
Oh, hold on. Oh, they're dead.
Ah! The blobbers. I hate blobbers. I hate them so much. Unless they're on my team, in which case I love them. I'm gonna take a second and think base. Especially because I got missiles coming my way anyway. There's no sense in running out there and giving them a path in, you know?
True. Just got Kylan, but I died for it. Breath.
Yeah. Probably not. How did they get over here now? Hey, what you doing? What you doing? This is my spot.
Got it.
Good. What are you doing? Hello?
Got it.
Good job. They're getting the under area.
They're
Oh, good
dead
job.
now.
Yeah, you got them both. Nice.
Cheeks turn around.
Turn around. I don't see anybody.
Oh, that guy was on the thing above you.
Oh, there he is. Yep, sure is. Hello? 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 Oh, good luck. Hello? Blobber. I got him. I got 2 over here, but I did die. But it's okay. 6 seconds. They aren't retaking mid.
Nice.
I don't think they did enough.
Mm-mm.
Lol. Good job.
Yeah, I got him.
Nice.
Oh god, that's really funny. Someone's like, it's funny how nobody's talking about going to Facebook even as a joke.
That is true. Yeah, I haven't seen anybody be like, I'm going to Facebook.
No, you're not.
The most common thing I've seen is like, I'm going to Tumblr. I'm like, meh, I never left. Haha.
Okay, that's Ink Saver, right? The green one? No.
Ink Recovery.
Okay, I'll take that.
Yeah. Ink Recovery is good if you're inking a lot of turf. Like I am. Constantly inking turf. If I'm not inking, I'm dead. Or dying. Or panicking.
There's a #1 inker, it's me.
It's me.
If there's one person hunking, if there's only one person inking, that's me again.
It's me.
If there's no one inking, I'm dead. Oh god. Right. Guess I'll make it. Or are you
I'm
making
making it. I'm already there.
Gonna mash refresh until DT again. There we go.
It wasn't that long. Amazing.
Damn, is Aaron Carter dead?
What? No, you're kidding. No, not for real.
No, no.
Not for real.
Hold on. Hold on.
He's trending with Lizzie McGuire. What is happening? Oh my god, he is!
Aaron Carter's dead. Fuck. Long live Aaron Carter. I saw it on a tweet. It just showed up and they're just like,
yeah, he really is. Oh my god, what the fuck?
Rip Aaron Carter, fuck. Uh-oh, why? I don't know. I don't know why. I don't have
It looks like a slewer slide.
A what? Oh,
Slewer slide.
right, got it.
A low tide Akira slide, if you will.
Oh, low tide Akira. God damn it.
What's TMZ said? They always find out first.
They do always find out. You know? I think it's like an overdose.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. At home, in a bathtub, reportedly drowned.
No.
That sucks.
True.
Please, when you're feeling really, really down, please love and care about you, and also to utilize your mental health resources if available. Reach out to people, because people care about you.
True. You care about Aaron Carter. He didn't even know.
He didn't even know. And I
God.
don't care about that person who's got an e-leader. That's why I do care about them. I hope they're having a good time playing Splatoon. I hope this brings them serotonin and makes them happy, because they're very good at what they're doing.
Jesus.
Right?
At least they killed them.
They're very good at what they're doing.
Man, I gotta learn Trishinger now, honestly. Trishinger seems cool. It's
I gotta
not-
learn ink management. I want to go to college for ink management.
For ink management, huh?
Can I do that?
Go to Squid College. Hey,
Yeah.
hey, chill out, bud.
Is that the next part of... That's gonna happen in the next Splatoon game, right?
No.
Typically, when I'm behind a hypermobile unit, you know, like a, like for instance, a, what are they called? A dualies or something. I try to keep their paths open for them.
I appreciate
So I will follow along behind them and ink where their feet currently are, so that they don't end up getting stuck. I like to think it helps. I don't know if it does. Oh,
mean,
I got
helps.
the tri-stringer got me stuck.
Oh shit, there's two of them over here. Ah, hi!
Hi, bye.
Fucking
See you
try
later.
fucking flip flop.
I'm very excited for the new poses coming in.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. They're gonna be good.
Like the amiibo ones.
No, the new victory poses.
Oh shit.
They're doing the Frieza bow. That's coming in. I'm hoping we get a JoJo reference.
Oh fuck.
Or another JoJo reference, I guess.
No, I'm not, because they're killing me.
Why are they killing you? Have you considered not letting them do that?
I'm working on it.
Yep. We got it though, so it's fine. Like, I'm not sure why we're worried.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, see, we're okay. Oh, damn, what? Hello?
They were in our base, Teagues.
Oh, they were in our base, shit. I'm out here getting surprised.
That was not my strongest game.
That's okay.
Why did I eat myself off the stage? I panicked, June. I really did.
Oh no! Sometimes you just gotta yeet. Why is the E-liter trending? What happened?
God. Tegan, we were
They
green.
What?
He was saying because like you were like sure that we won. It was like Tegan, we were green.
I was green. Yeah, no, this is where we find out I'm colorblind, except I'm not. People are saying they need to nerf E-liter. That's the complaint.
Okay, all right. I don't know what's going on with it, so.
I mean, they also said they need a up stamp, like fix the stamp because I guess it's, I don't know, needs a buff or something. I don't know. It doesn't seem to need a buff to me.
It seems to be stamping.
Yeah, it do be stamping. Get rid of them.
I'll work my way out.
I got him. I got the blah blobber, but I died for it. But I got him. The important part is, I got him. Good.
Okay.
They're just gonna let me mess around there? Yeah, sure, that's fine. Cool with that? Oh! Who got me? The splatter scope got me. Rude. Illegal, actually?
Illegal.
Oh, here. Hey, bud, I just want to talk.
Jesus.
Adam, I am stronger.
I'm dying a lot. I'm making mistakes.
Simply stop making mistakes.
I think I might just be.
Okay. I got him. I love it when like somebody with a Splutomatic is like, I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna outmaneuver this gun that can only shoot in a straight line, and I'm like, are you sure about that? Because I am faster than you, apparently, in every way. Even though you should be one hit killing me. Oh, hello. Why is this all purple? Hello? I got him. I got him, Rocky. You're good.
Thank you. Oh no.
What are you knowing?
I got sniped by that splatter scope. I mean, I think we still win, which is fine, but like, I definitely like walked up, stepped in some ink.
No, don't do that. Heck yeah.
Yeah, strong one.
Are we gonna get a snack?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna step aside. But I mean, it's not gonna be doing anything. Can you take over the stream somehow?
No, I wish I could.
Okay.
You can just BRB it though.
Yeah, I'll just BRB.
We do have a BRB screen.
It's true. Oh my god, yeah, look at that. I was bumming it. I didn't make 600. Okay, yeah, so I'm gonna BRB. The others will continue playing. I will be back soon. Talk to y'all in a bit. All right, there we go. I ended up grabbing some butter pretzels, but I also made a quick little stir fry. Just chicken. The chicken and the noodles were done already. So then I just added like carrots and scallions. Oh, yeah, been there. Done that. Oh, yeah. I'm just gonna play a battle replay while like yeah. I'm gonna play a good one though. A one where I did kinda good. Oh shit, yeah, you're right. This one. Hello.
Hello. Now it's not me getting cooked, it's we getting cooked.
Oh no!
That's okay. It's okay. We got this. I swam up and scared their Splatana. I shot behind their Splatana and got their Splatling, and then they were like, yeah. Which, like, fair, that's the same thing I do. I'm just like, wait, what do you mean you're behind me? What happened? Yeah, we got 11 seconds left, so. I was playing on the Japanese server the other day, and I got 1500. Because the rest of the server was just like, we are here to splat people, and I was just like, na 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 la la. I wonder where the other team is. All right, we're between matches, Rocky.
Okay. Let me get out of this. All right. Rejoin. Wait, where you guys
Good
go?
job. You're in there.
Okay.
Usually they vanish for like a second. Well, like recalibrate who all's in.
Yeah.
I also thought we were doing good, John. Heck, and then we lost it right at the end.
Okay.
Yeah, sure thing, Octobrush. You come after me. You waste your entire ult chasing me down out of your base. You do that. He got smart and went back. Dang it. He got smart and went back.
Got that chud.
Good job.
Ooh, and that Octobrush that killed you definitely just died.
Good, good.
Woo! I gotta get out of here.
I forgot how to ink for a second.
Oh no.
Forgot you needed ink in order to ink. You know, one of those kind of situations. Good job, Rocky.
That was all you.
No, you put him in a good spot. I just got him in the crossfire. That was on me though. I did get that expression up there. Get got. Sometimes I wonder if like we're in someone else's like stream or whatever, you know?
Yeah, I hear that.
Especially on like Splatfest, I would love to see that happen. Be like, hello, what is going on? Where did all this green come from? Hello? That doesn't look right. Could be pink. I traded with the dualies. I don't know if it was worth it or not, but I did it. Man, octobrushes are wild.
Mm-hmm.
They're so fast.
Oh
and
my
they're so
God.
heavy. Uh-huh.
Let's go!
Jim's just like, yeah, octobrushes! While actively wielding a jacuzzi bathtub.
That's a good
Let's
stat line
go.
for me.
Yeah! Nice, nice, nice. I would like you to do 10.
Okay. I think
Are you gonna be able to get the dab, Rocky? You're only at catalog level 67.
I have no idea.
Or is this your additional catalog?
No, I haven't prestiged or anything.
Oh, okay. John's on like his second second bonus catalog or something.
That's kind of lit.
Oh, like, yeah, octobrushes suck. Yeah, fair. They're great if they're on your team.
Yeah.
I'm only on my first prestige calendar or catalog. Yeah, next month we're gonna get new stuff. Very excited. Oh! Your mistake. I'm down for you, Jen, don't worry.
Oh my god, they're both chargers?
What are we supposed to do about dual chargers?
Step on their necks, but like, Jesus.
Trying, jeez. Oh, get out of here. No! They had to use literally all of their killer whales to get me. So that's good at least.
Yeah,
Wasted their ults. The problem with the crab tank is it's got a poor turn radius. If
True.
it could turn faster, it would be better.
True.
But that's like the point, right? It can't be perfect. Okay, so one of these chargers is covering each side. Looks like. Just stand in here, waiting for my ink to refill. No thought in my head. It's empty. We splat someone else.
Fish are Teagues.
I missed the brush though. I missed the brush. He got behind me.
Ugh, he cut me off. Okay, I gotta build a one more ult.
Oh, you got the jump rope out.
Yeah.
Why we got Boku on our team? Boku. Montida. No.
How'd he hit me? I was behind a wall.
That's gonna happen. We are in trouble.
Indeed.
In these last 30 seconds. We are not doing this one.
Jesus Christ, this GooTuber
Yeah.
has my number.
Why?
Oh, that was.
Why'd you give it to him?
I didn't.
Time to eat more baklava and sadness.
Wait, you still have baklava? Weren't you eating
Yeah.
like 3 nights ago?
Yesterday? Do you
Oh.
mean yesterday?
Whatever you said.
Do you mean literally the day before today?
Oh shit. Oh no, we all got stomped on that one, it looks like, actually.
Yeah, mm-hmm. That brush, though. What happened with Boku?
Yeah, brush. I mean, melee plus snipers is terrifying.
Mm-hmm. Rye socks. Okay.
Oh, they're back.
They're back.
Oh,
Revenge.
Wait, no, they changed weapons, it looks like.
This is the revenge play. Got him.
They're pushing towards our space. I'm pushing into theirs.
Mm-hmm. Did they just loop around?
Maybe.
That's alright, I'll go back and get it, I don't mind.
Got you, June.
Nice! Good dodge, good dodge.
Cornered. June!
Oh,
Well, that's less than ideal.
I got crab tanked. Oh no, wipe out! I like the moment of panic where Rocket's just like, no!
God does that.
There's 3 coming up on the left.
Got it. I'm gonna throw down ult.
Good call.
Damn it, Splatana.
How many are over there?
2?
2? Alright, where's the other 2?
We can retake. It's not. I'm not super worried.
Yeah, I'm not worried about it. I'm messing around.
On your back. Care Teaks. Gotcha.
Yeah. Good job. They're hanging out into our base.
Taking center. Clear
You're
enough.
on your own.
Noted.
Why?
Got childish.
I got one of them. I was about to get the blah blabber. They didn't ink their base very well, but that was enough.
We take those.
Ink your base. You was right. That last team did have good synergy. How? Luck.
Base.
Really good.
Base.
Look at that. Based? What does that mean?
No,
What does that mean?
we got base. They didn't get base.
Oh, I see.
That's why they lost. 2%. GG's.
Ah. Number one Turpinker. Popular target. Oh, hell yeah. I'm screenshotting that one. It's all one, baby.
Oh, hell yeah. Let's go. We go hard on her. Ah!
You know what's good? Baklava. Flaky pastry. A shit ton of honey. Pistachio. That's all you need.
Let's go.
Ooh,
Childish
what a
is back in-
bamboozler. Childish is back with a bamboozler. He's gonna bamboozle us.
They want this win. Like, they want to fight us so bad. Ooh, that was an idea. But he dead anyway.
What'd he do?
They stood in the middle and then turned around and booyah bombed towards the center while you guys were passing him.
Oh, very nice.
But he died for it, so GG's.
Yeah.
Good escape, Teeks.
Thanks. I still got fucked, but it's okay. Birdie got me.
Oh, hi. Yeah,
Hey.
they're pushing. Concerted.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna change the song. Why is it so slow? And then I was not paying attention, and so I jumped late. Sorry.
Chase them out.
Getting them off next. Oh no, I'm just gonna splat him, I guess.
Let's go. Splat them, Teeks.
Watch out for the auto bomb.
Okay, reclaim.
Oh, ouch. Oh, you got him. Good job, Rocky.
You know me.
I'm gonna come down below you guys because everybody's up on the bridge.
Yep. Got popcorn, kid.
The dualies got me because I was booyahing.
We take those. That's us. We got it.
I hope so.
Yeah, look at that.
Oh yeah. Heck yeah, good job. Let's go.
Woo!
Look at that. Cute. I do miss the defeat. So a couple weeks ago, I saw on Twitter trending the defeat poses from Splatoon, from the original Splatoon. I do miss the defeat poses. I miss the buckets, like, throwing their bucket at the ground and having it bounce up and then come down and whack them in the head. It was so fun. I hope they do that too. I hope they give us defeat poses.
My Anakis, look at this. 3 swim speed? Let's go.
Oh, wow. I think you're just keeping those forever.
Yeah, no, these Anakis are ready. Actually, I should have switched. I can switch on the next one. It's fine. June also misses the defeats.
The defeats were good. I hope they bring them back. Maybe in like the 3rd catalog, they'll bring them back, you know? Because they can only do so many victory poses. Did you realize if you win 100 times battle, your team gets a special group pose?
That's godlike.
You all like start doing whatever your regular pose is, and then everyone jumps into the group pose.
That's actually really sick.
It's so good.
Get out of here, cool game. I know it's a cool game. That's why I'm playing it. What'd I tell you? Get out of here, bruh.
Amazing. You go, Rocky. This is why we get the #1 victory royale or something.
Oh, it's a crab. Yeah, I was too close to the crab.
It is a crab.
I'm gonna ink base.
Okay. I'm gonna ink their base.
Hell yeah, let's go, Teeks.
We're both inking base.
Oh wait, Teeks, have you ever heard that that stupid ass song, the combination Pizza Hut and Taco Bell?
Yeah.
It's like that, like it's like I'm at the Pizza Hut, I'm at the Taco Bell, I'm at the combination Pizza Hut and Taco Bell. Just on the opposite sides of the map the whole time.
I'm inking base. I'm inking base.
It's like I don't see you, and it's just like just freaking out. Oh my god.
One of the one of the days I was playing regular Turf War, and I don't know what happened. I got confused.
Okay.
And I was in their base messing around, and like I was like, why are there so many enemies in our base? And I was in their base.
Oh my god.
I just got totally turned around.
That's really funny, actually.
It's like I don't know what happened.
That's 3 kills. I'll take that.
Good job.
Oh my god, the food is hitting my system, and so now I'm awake. Now I'm going.
Good. Eating's important.
Good enough.
Remember, kids, you can't be a good squid kid without eating.
It's true.
Oh, am I the only one up here? You guys have to tell me if I'm the only one up here. It's entrapment.
That's fair. It's entrapment. I got you, Teeks. Oh.
Entrapment in the enemy base. Ah, I got inked. Cool game 17 got me.
Cool game. That
He's on his
nerd?
way back. Yeah, he's on his way back. Up.
Oh shit, we gotta cover that. Give me a second.
Ow. Flat roller, Silly is in our base. Was in our base.
He's dead now. Boone got him, I think. Or just get him out.
Whoa.
Enemy wipeout! Let's go! I think we still
Enemy
lose.
wipeout at the end, but we couldn't do anything about it. That was so good.
Wait.
It's too bad it didn't happen like 2 seconds earlier. We
Yeah,
would have
right.
taken it.
Yeah, damn.
Heck. That was good.
I had like 32 splats or something. Who knows?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm 9. Okay. I'll live with 9.
You're right, Jim. We did have it until the end. Well, Gamer's my new rival. I'm gonna kick his butt if I see him again.
Look it up, Teeks.
It's on site. He scored more points than me. That's not allowed. Illegal. I have to be #1. If If I'm not number 1 in turf, what am I number 1 in?
I
Tears? No.
Number 1 in tears.
Someone on the other is just oh.
Oh.
Oh. Oh.
Oh.
Oh, who booyah'd? I didn't booyah. I'm sorry. I apologize for forgetting to booyah. You got a booyah back. Got him. I didn't get him. Someone got him. Wasn't me.
Damn. Zenitsu? What kind of bullshit? Give me a second.
Here we go. We got him. It took both Jun and I, but we got him.
Yeah, at least he's dead.
I should use my ult.
I got Umbrella over here. Oh, he's
Coming.
dead.
I'm dead. The hero shot replica constantly murdering me. Constantly. Maybe I should start using a hero shot replica.
Is it good?
But I hate the Trizuka.
Oh, true.
It's got a lot of the same benefits as mine, but I think it hits a little harder. I don't actually know that for sure though.
We'll look into it. In a while.
Oh, you gonna let me know? Sweet.
I mean, I don't have a hero shot replica, but I'm sure we can.
You don't?
No, I haven't done the story.
Good. You haven't done the story.
Yeah.
How have you not done the story yet?
I just do this. Like, I play this all the time. Jump into your teeth.
Okay. You're good.
What?
The Tri-Stinger popped and got you.
Yeah.
Instead of getting me.
Yeah, body blocked.
Yeah, thanks. Good job, Mr. President.
Hero shot replica is just in the center.
Yeah, I'm just in their base.
Yep. Reclaiming center.
I killed the hero shot.
Let's go. I've almost got all the center back. Center is ours.
Heck yeah. I got hero shot replica boy again.
Yeah, GG's. Oh god, that was close. Why was that close?
They were on our base.
Zenitsu, what the fuck?
Zenitsu was just hanging out.
That's really funny. He was in our base, capital B base. Oh my lord.
We were all like, yeah, Zenitsu isn't a problem. I've seen Demon Slayer. I know exactly what a weakling that is.
Yeah, someone let him fall asleep.
Shoot.
Okay. Another headpiece.
How many years until I can scrub my splat tea? Let me scrub it.
I'm gonna go for the Griller Uncle fit right now.
Griller Uncle fit?
Yeah.
What is this? Oh my god.
The Grunkle
The
fit.
Grunkle? Oh my god. Oh, now we got Zangetsu.
Oh fuck.
Zenitsu's twin brother. Who knows what he's doing?
Oh my god.
I don't know where the heavy Splatling wants to go, so I'm gonna let him pick.
For sure. I think he wants high ground, so that's fine. I got flanks.
Yep.
Throwing you some cover.
Oh,
Alright.
got him.
Later, Zangetsu.
Yeah, bye. Really, you know what would be absolutely devastating? Dualies with the Akira slide.
Oh, I mean, those exist. It's the Tetras, but like, their range is
Oh,
terrible.
there's 2 of them up here and I just got squeezed.
I got 1. 2 actually. Agent
Nice.
Gamer, GG's, buddy.
Yeah, Agent Gamer's the one who got me. Who's this weighing?
Me.
Oh, why are you this weighing?
Because I'm up here alone.
I'm on my way. Relax.
Hey.
I'll relax. Oh,
Got the
hi.
elixir.
I got Agent Gamer, but I had to trade for it.
Ah, true.
And they got like 3 of us.
Oh shit, really? I guess I'm just pushing their face then. Oh, hi.
Right.
Now they got me. Not Agent Gamer. With a burst bomb, that's garbage.
Oh,
I'm on my way
heck.
back.
Agent Gamer got me too. Agent Gamer's good. Unfair. Illegal?
Oh, everyone's here.
Everyone is here.
Okay. I'm not near an ult.
I am not there. Oh, I got all the way over to their... back to where their base is, and then I got.
Got Ancient Gamer. Pushing now.
That lag, John. You should have been fine.
Agent Gamer's down.
Thank you for getting Agent Gamer off my side. Heck.
I think we still get that.
Good Booyah Bomb.
Yeah, we got that.
Yeah, we got that. Let's go.
Let's go.
Whew. Oh, my first splat. Hey.
Okay, so I'm gonna see. I'll swap to Dark Tetra for a little bit. Dark Tetra does have the Akira slide. Those are like the first ones I used,
okay.
I think. Actually.
Really? I gotta play like 3 more games before I'm gonna be able to scrub my tea.
True.
I'm doing money up right now because I need the money to scrub my tea more than I need the like chunks.
Yeah, I hear.
If that makes sense.
Switch back to the.
I keep buying cute stuff for my locker.
I feel like I never have enough money in the game. But...
I'm a slave to capitalism in this game and all games. Heck.
See, look at that. 4 ults. 4 of them.
Very nice. I only got 1? Me too, Tegan, yeah. I'm tired of being a slave to capitalism. I gotta play Harvestella before we record tomorrow.
Oh, it is out already, huh? Shit.
Yeah. I picked it up yesterday. It came out yesterday, so.
Okay.
It was Splatoon time. So. Not my fault.
Nah, not mad at you.
And then next week I have Pokemon, and then we're gonna have to talk about the differences between Pokemon and Tan. Whoa, hello? Hello? Who's behind me? What are you doing? Oh. Everyone was right there.
I got
Bad
Gadget
spot
Man.
to Akira slide into.
Yeah, that was kind of aggressive. I thought I was gonna catch the person who was like super jumping in.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, it was just a little late.
Yeah, it happens.
Okay,
Somebody.
that's fair. Good shot, Puppy Cat.
Got him.
Oh yeah.
Get down, Mr. President. Only works so well. You can't turn around. That was so close. Oh my god. Mr. President! How we looking? Oop. I can check now because I died.
We're
Somebody's
about to
in
lose
our-
mid.
Yeah, someone's in our base.
He's moving towards them.
Oh, it's Mr. President. Hello.
Puppy Cat's down.
Gadget Man is down. President is down. Oh god, dang it. He came out from behind me! Puppy Cat came up from behind me!
Yeah, I don't think this one's ours.
Nope.
Hmm.
Good effort, but wasn't enough.
Hmm.
What?
Yeah, that wasn't great. I'm gonna change off opening gap.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like opening Gambit isn't as good as Last Ditch Resort. Or Last Effort. Final, whatever it is.
I'll wear these green shoes, you know, out of recognition of our friendship.
Yay! I have those green shoes and they have double ink recovery up on them.
Oh, hell yeah.
I mean, it's not good. That's not what I wanted on them, but like it worked.
Mm-hmm.
A loser, Agent 8.8, and hi Mark. Oh, hi Mark. We're gonna get a hi Mark, right?
Yeah, I gotta play angles this whole time. I get outranked by everyone here.
Who's on the roll? Oh, Jun, did you switch to roller? I didn't even notice.
Nice try. Great shield, though.
Yeah, perfect shield. Gunner's so good at placing that shield. It's wild. I got Agent 8.8, but I traded for it.
Noted.
It's okay though. I'm gonna take my time coming back up and ink as I go.
Okay, I'll pull back.
We were aggressive.
Oh yeah.
Alright, I have my ult, so that's good at least.
Same. Ooh, why are you this close? 8.8's down.
How'd they get over here?
Cruiser's down.
High marks down.
I'm waiting at this bounce back spot for this one guy. Got the Splatana. Squawg is down.
Good job.
Got loser again.
Agent 8.8 is down again. Aw, Julian, I'm sorry.
Down, but I'm like deep in their territory. I don't think they get anything for it.
Yeah, not really.
In June.
8 seconds.
I died for it. But... Woo!
I think we got it.
Oh
We
yeah,
did.
we got
Oh
it.
yeah. Nice, 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 nice. That was good.
Mm-hmm.
That was a good one.
Oh yeah.
Got my last Splatfest tea thing.
You gonna scrub?
Yeah, I'm gonna scrub.
Hang on. I can back up the scrub.
We're gonna scrub. A dub. I need a tub. I almost walked right back into the area.
Same.
Scrub my
'cause-
socks.
Hmm.
Alrighty, tea is clean. Heading back in.
Let's see if I can just put. Yes, I can. I can just put swim speed up and put in swim speed. And ink. Oh, great. So I just want to finish off the high tops because I think these are the stats that I want.
Nice.
This hat though. No, I think I want more char. Alright, and back in.
Hey, I'm making a new room. Jones in a match.
You got that run speed on those straps though.
Yeah, he do. I can't wait for them to tell us all about their exploits in the current match that they're in. Did I tell you my Splatoon bugged out the other day? I was waiting for Jun to get out of a match. It was, it said I was like in the queue to join when a spot opened up. And Jun had quit playing, and I was still in the queue to play when they were ready to play again. And I just inked the entire room.
Oh my god.
Floor to ceiling, like the whole thing. And I was just like, I don't know, it took like, you know, 10 minutes or something, and I was like, wait, are you done? What happened?
I'm not gonna lie, Cheeks.
Mm.
I think after this, I think I'm gonna play more Tum.
That's fair, you can play Tum Tum. Are you gonna still stream?
I think I have to. So,
Amazing.
yeah.
That's fair. I'll leave VC so you can control the space or whatever, and I can also mod.
For sure. Tum Tum's so sick, Cheeks. It's so good.
It is so good. You were doing a good job. The digital Tums are definitely fun.
Oh yeah.
Nintendo could never, or I guess Pokemon Company could never.
Pokemon Company.
Technically,
No.
Pokemon is its own thing.
Do you like? Because like Pokemon's introduced new types before, right? Like they did Steel, and that was a big deal, and Fairy was a big deal. But like it didn't feel cool. You know what I mean? And like Steel like should have felt cool, right? Like
Yeah.
I mean,
I thought Fairy was gonna be like cuter than it was.
mm-hmm.
And like a lot of the fairy types are weird or creepy, you know?
And like, but the thing is, like, you can do that with Fairy. Like, Fairy lore has creepy stuff in it. But, like, because it's like this kids company that's marketing towards kids, they're afraid to lean into it. You know? I think that's what I really like about. Oh wait, hold on. Sick move at the beginning of the game, but we got damn. You gotta upload the replay, June, just so we can clip it.
Yeah.
Put up my shield and kill the guy. Hell yeah.
Nice. Ideal.
Yeah. Look, give me a second. I'm gonna leave it.
Yeah.
Well, hold on. So, I leave the room. Good. And I go to the terminal. Right? I can go to view replays, and then we can just do the game we just played. I'm just gonna upload it. Where's I and now I have a code that you guys can use.
You just see it?
Yeah.
That's cool.
And if I remember correctly, I think you can also see it just in the app. At that point.
Oh yeah, if you look it up with a code.
Well, like I'm not even sure if you actually need the code. I think you can like see it because we're friends, but I'm not sure.
Oh, okay.
View replays. Oh no, you gotta share the code. But I can. Yeah, you can just share the code. In fact, I think I'm gonna put this in the Discord because I can.
Yeah, do it.
Where to?
If we have 100 times battle, I just realized we're not on the same team. If either of us get 100 times battle, we should upload the replay.
Oh yeah, I'm down. There we go.
But you gotta win like 10 times battles in order to get that.
Oh, I thought it was only 5. Oh yeah, okay, so there we go. Let me find out. Replay code. Okay, yeah, they have to be 00 because O's not available. Yeah. RL DD UW 0 2013. No, just a rough year for all. Uba.
What happened in 2013?
I mean, it was definitely some... Wait, hold on. So, this is it. Play it right. You said at the beginning, we have to watch the whole thing? Is it just the beginning, like you clipped it? Let's go, June. Even has your sign down there, June 1805.
Oh, neat.
Alright. All these good chops.
Mm-hmm. They're good. Jen absolutely knows how to, like, utilize a roller.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Oh no, I'm gonna get critiqued. Yeah, you're gonna
No, you're not gonna get critiqued.
No,
We
he'll
don't
get-
know what we're doing.
You get some critique. The critique is that we love you and we love how you play. Oh my god!
Yeah.
That guy was gone. He's just gone now.
Yeah, he just went. Oh!
Yeah, no, I
Yeah.
saw that. Okay, yeah, we can stop.
That was very good. Oh
Yeah,
my goodness.
yeah, that was just like very clean execution. Absolutely amazing. Oh man.
Wild.
Oh man, single for life though? Wait, hold on. Okay, yeah, there. I saw what I want.
I think I know Carrot Cat.
You do?
Yeah, not like actually, but I think they were one of the people who I played with a lot in Splatoon 2
Oh, okay, for sure.
after I switched off a night shift.
Mmm. Okay.
I played with so many Japanese players
Let's go.
before, and that was like on like Splatoon 1, and then when Splatoon 2 came out, I like lost all of them because they were all friends on my Wii system, not on my Switch. And I'm bummed because they were all really good.
Wait, did you all leave that room?
No. Oh yeah, I left that room. I made a new room. Because it timed out otherwise.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So.
How are you in a room that joined us but didn't? Yeah, right? I don't know, dude.
Here's a crew.
That's really funny. Right as like I was giving my fake critique to June, like he just deleted that dude.
It was very good. June's replay like, why don't you shut the fuck up, actually? Do you know how to use a roller? I don't think so.
Avocados and potato chip?
Potato chip! I'm gonna take a chip and eat it.
This is gonna be a rough matchup for me, but I'm gonna go for it.
Don't stress over it, but because one of those umbrellas is definitely a mean build. I got by the blob blobber. The names of these things aren't real. Nothing is real, frankly. Like, how can I say with all seriousness, I got by a blob blobber, and everyone's just like, yeah, that did happen. I'm so sorry. My uncle was also got by a blob blobber, you know, and it's like, what?
Yeah, that happened to my buddy Eric once.
Whoop, whoop. I got stuck. The avocado got me stuck in the ink, and then I didn't say thank you. It's an avocado.
I got a Viscerect, but you know, crab's still there.
Yeah, right. Whoop. I got by the crab. No, I got by the blob blobber. Oh my god, these words aren't real. It sounds so ridiculous. The angrier I get, where I'm like, I'm going to blabber. How do you get mad at a thing called a blob blobber?
Like Tegan, it's called a blob blobber. It's adequately ridiculous. It's gonna be fine. Oh, Ouija's back, I think maybe. Hey. Oh my god, Avocado was real bold there.
Yeah, real gold. Went right underneath my little crab legs. Andrew, though. Oh my god. Andrew, stop it.
Got Andrew.
Good.
But I got blocked out by that, Rella. $25. How much can we get?
I got by the crab.
Going back to
I
center.
don't know. Do not
Avocado
take the crab
down?
head on. You can't take the crabs head on. You gotta get around them to the
Sure.
back.
I don't know if that was enough, but I want to believe.
Maybe.
Nah. Yeah, that's not.
Heck.
Whoa!
Hey! What are
Eat
the
your
difference
base!
What are the differences between like the gold medals and the silver medals? Do we know?
I think it's just like, you know, it counts like the thing. Like, if you get like more points inking the enemy base than like your teammates, you get gold. And then if you get second most, you get silver.
Hmm.
That wasn't my strongest map.
I like how you were like, I'm gonna play Temtem, and then we both hit continue automatically. Oops.
Sorry, having fun. My bad.
My bad. I forgot that I want to play other games also, and I decided, what if I just played Splatoon 3 for 6 hours again?
Okay, it's Ohm again, but okay, I'll switch. I'm gonna switch at 45, and then I'll. So 45 or last game. That'll be the end. And I'll switch to
Okay.
Temtem.
That seems fair.
I hate doing that thing where like this is the last game. I mean, this is the last game. I mean, this is the last game. It's like, no, this is a time limit. Oh my god, what's going on over there?
I got sniped by acid bath.
Ah, yep, me too.
Yep. See, they're good. They're good at their job.
All right, acid bath, you fucking monster.
Whenever I'm orange and I go against purple, I have a little bit of mechanic reflex now. I'm just like, no! Not again! We already did this!
Acid bath is kind of nuts, actually. Holy shit.
Yeah, right? Whoa. I got by Chester.
Noted.
He got rid of the ink missiles. Ink strike. You got with the ink strike. Why you get got? Stop
That
it.
Yep, no, you're right. Okay.
Rocky, why don't you take a big breath, right? And then do better.
Oh, fuck. Okay.
Alright. I got... Oh. We got 50 seconds left.
I'm gonna say
Don't
hold my
press. I'm hiding underneath to get rid of ink missiles, so be careful.
Word.
Alright, ink missiles are over. Oh, hello? Why do we... Hello? Stop that. Stop that. Stop it. I got the bite. But I also got him, so. Why are they over here? Hello?
Acid bath,
Get outta
holy
here.
shit.
Get out of here? What are you doing? Yeah. Acid bath, wild.
Acid bath. You know what? Not even mad. Not mad at that one. Acid bath had to have killed me at least 4 times that game. Yeah. On next game, I'll switch back to dually squelchers, I think, because, like, Tetra... If I get zoned out, like, I can't do a lot.
Yeah, that's fair. But the high tide, Akira slide, good.
True.
I like Akira slide, I just don't like any of the weapons it's on. I think that's what I've decided.
No, I feel that. Like, I mean, I switched off Tetra, because, like, Tetra's, like, range is, like... Oh, the other ones that I haven't used in a while are Guga Dualies. Those are fun.
They're so slow!
Gugas?
Oh my god! Tobe God is here. Tobe Kami. Fly God? We gotta fly high. We're orange. We gotta fly high for Fly God.
Let's do it. This one's for Hinata, for Aaron Carter.
Good job. That was good. I got stuck. I'm gonna go up over the bridge.
Gotcha.
Oken is charging a Booyah Bomb. It's already up. Oh, hello. There was a purple guy behind me.
That arrow spray is pretty good.
Yeah. Their Spotling's good at being a back line. I want to be careful.
Noted. Ugh.
Good job, John. Good hit.
2 of them sitting right there. Watch your back, Teeks.
I got him. I got him, but he did get squished behind me, so. Obey, fly, I got spotted by their Splatling. Their Splatling's on the bridge.
But Sean didn't get Annie's around there somewhere. There's some.
We got 10 seconds left. We're not getting this one.
Ugh.
Ugh.
Okay, I'm switching back to squelchers. Fine, I can.
We had it right before then. Oof. Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
All right, this is gonna be the last one because that'll put us over. We're at 7:43.
That's true.
I think this is probably what I'll be rocking with.
Let's go. I mean, I'm definitely leaning with it. I just gotta figure out if I'm willing to rock it.
Hmm.
I'm Rocky Ying with it. Yeah, you got me there. Got me there, June. Hey, yo, ramen water?
Levi? What is going on? Titan Gamer is aggressive.
Alright. See if we can keep him alive. Pushing ahead.
There's a sniper over here on the right. Ouch.
Flanking. Ramen water's down.
ABN is coming into our base.
Oh, dead.
Jen and I are back here though.
Got rid of Levi. I'm gonna cover up and then head my way back to you guys.
Sniper's up on the bridge, be careful.
Oh, dead.
Oh, you got him.
Traded with Levi.
Also traded with Levi, but in the back. I'm gonna try and keep sniper off of the bridge when I get back up there.
Word.
At least that'll be the goal. Who knows if I will be successful.
Out at the end. Pushing in.
Good job, John. I saw that.
I died, but on their side of the map. Who cares?
Right. I also died on their side of the map. Stay alive.
Easy.
They can't come back from that, I don't think.
Nah, no way.
Nice. Good last game. Good last game.
The last game. You see me snipe that sniper?
Mm-hmm. I did. I saw you snipe that sniper. I saw it from the bridge. I was up. I looked down. And I was like, "Oh, nice, good splat."
623. All right.
Oh, I did terrible. What? 885. What is that? That's terrible for me.
Hitting stop here.
Yeah, me too. Good job, John. You
Yep.
carried hard.
June carry hard. Let's go, June. Great shields. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So give me a bit. I'm gonna switch over to them. Let me do that. Be right back. Still in this chat. Right. So studio mode, and then I'm gonna use this. Shut off. Split. take thing. Burn. For sure. Yeah. Especially since these points count. Oh yeah. Okay. Bet. See you around. There we go. Now we're back to Temtem. Okay, I can't even remember what I was doing last. I know I was doing the story quest, so maybe I'll just follow. I think I also want to make a point of trying to even out my team so I could try to do the like weekly challenges, because like it does scale to like my highest level 10. Oh, right. This is where I'm doing the Neo Edo dojo. I gotta go fight my way through the dojo so I could talk to the dojo master about actual important things. Oh, I remember this one. Yeah. So what I actually need to do is run through that. Welcome to the Neo Edo dojo, Afro. Our dojo master has instructed me to show you in. What are those lasers? Ah, that's a recent addition to our training regime. You know, Dr. Sasai also runs Nanto Labs, so that's an innovative laser system she developed herself. It's supposed to teach tamers quick reflexes and how to evade Belsoto detection system, to keep us ready for an attack against Tapanku. But many of the younger tamers consider it a joke, really. It's too disco to be taken seriously. Okay, what's the protocol? Oh, please, this isn't Miyako. We're pretty informal. Just the usual. You can accept or issue challenges as you make your way across the dojo. Traditionally, the master only accepts challenges from tamers who defeat all the others. Okay, get started. Oh, right. Holy shit, I forgot about this. So this is also like a maze based off these like little things or whatever, in addition to like the lasers being everywhere. Okay, so if I do that. Oh, they got me. Okay. It sends me all the way back to the beginning? Yeah, that's kind of fucked. Okay. So. I go through here. Damn it. Here. Go through there. Here. And here. And here. And here. Grab that. Got my bomb double pluses. And here. Hop in here. Go across. First battle. A visitor from Denise. Welcome to our dojo. I can't wait to see those moves. They say Sophia trained you well. Kid. Whatever, man. Oh, look, it's a Chromion. Look at him go. Pretty sure for just Thunderstrike, Water Blade. Oh, you have Nature. Ah, that was... Why are you level 74? Holy shit! I'm scared. I'm scared. Resin Trap doesn't kill. And they took my idea. Well, Resin Trap kills. I'm gonna try Gazuma. So you have a unique weakness. Poison, I think? So let's try that. Nope, that's not right. Well, that was damage. Locked. Rest. God, why is this thing level 70 fucking 4? Perhaps I should spend some time with Denise and learn some of those techniques. That was pretty impressive. Thanks, man. Terrifying. Double? Look, it must be that new dude. Let's teach him a lesson. Shut up, you fool. The master herself sang his praises. We need to focus on coordination instead of trading banter. Okay, fire chromion, electric. And earth chromion. Yeah. Price turn. Water cutting lily. Chain lightning. Nice. Okay, that made sense. Get it? Ooh, thanks for the health back. Oh, so close to killing me. Yeah, they can't hurt me. That's so good. Should kill. Nice. Can't believe. What did I tell you? More focus, less talk. Alright, revive lemon drop again. I want to on them. So these are crosses. Ugh. Okay. I don't know who you are, but I haven't lost a combat in a month, and I'm not starting now. Ditto! Alright, see what you got. Mimid and Cycrox. Yeah, this didn't seem like it'd be so bad. Huh? I should take out that Cycrox. June update. Oh, you know what? Let me change that. You're right. Let me get this June. There we go. Got the update. Thanks, June. There's actually a spot for it. Wait, if this kills... It doesn't kill. Oh, it does kill. Okay. Dang, then I could have used electric synthesize to heal myself. Pop and shine. Ugh. What is that? What'd you do? Ah, that's the wrong target. These two. Hey, cool. Oh. Oh, well, no imagining. How that down below? Wait, you're that Afro Cavalier? Yeah. Good. I think I go with this one. Oh. Gee, I gotta use it. So, I've heard the dojo master has a crush on this denizen. Ooh, Sophia? No, the other dude. The hot bloke with the thingy. Anyway, let's pretend to fight. The side doesn't like us gossiping during training hours. Okay. Rest. Finish perfect. Poise. Damage. Oh my god, why don't... Swap out to... Full erect. That should take the electric off of Earthbreaker. Oh! Lemon drop still dies. Amazing. Serenade can go in? Journey's gonna finish it for me. I said pretend to fight. This isn't fair. I wasn't doing my best. Damn. I'm gonna bomb out because I want to level this fire lightning. Learning pattern actually allows you to play a lot better. Do one. Nice. Found a taser. When attacking with a physical electric technique, the target gets a burn for 1 turn. Okay. Do I even have any electric technique? Special. That's physical. Give it then. Go versus. Okay. I just take that. Damn. Try this one. I came to dance, not to socialize. Why are you Temtem battling me? Just dance, bro. Whatever. God damn. Okay. Zero damage. Oh, I was about to say, what does Petrify do? I know there was... I was hoping there... Or rather, I was afraid that there was, like, another, like, status that I didn't understand yet. But it's just trapped. That's fine. Can't swap out Shiwine for a little bit. Turn, that's fine. Turned it. Got this crystal stuff. Hopefully it kills. Oh yeah, GG's. There's Albion. Nice knowing you. Whatever. I still run this thing like a dojo queen. Alright. Why not? Okay, let's dance. Whoever loses buys the first round of the izakaya. Bring it on. I'll take the first round. I mean, I'm not gonna pay for it. You're Brian. Same thing here. So, Bolt Puncher. Sure. That should also burn. Kazuma. I want Gosma to hit Nesla. This thing. Just live. What? Why isn't that? Still enough health. Should be afraid to hit Nestle with an electric attack, so hopefully I can pop it in. Oh no, that's damage. Not that much damage. Boom. Ragnet. Or Rangnet, I guess. Nice. Joking. I was joking. I have things to do. I can't hang out today. Sorry. I'm gonna use it. Double bat out of the way. Hey, mister, train with us? Sure, jump up, kids. He said yes! Yay! Let's go! Alright. Murray and Obi-Wan. Thunderstrike. Oh no! I water bladed my friend! I made a mistake. So did you. Take that one out too. Easy. Oh, they have 6 Tems. I forgot this gym's more of an electric gym than it is like a digital one. For healing me though, appreciate it. God, they have a bunch of baby Tems. Oh my lord. Hi, buddy. That and that. Just a bite. Bummer. He good. We almost made it. You know, what are you gonna tell yourself, kids? Oh, I remember this. Damn it. Alright, that was a low result. I can accept that. Wait a second. Ooh, hold on. Darn it. Okay. Oh my god, you're way over there. Here for some training the Saponki style? Okay then, let's get down to brass tacks. Is that Hideo Kojima? Not Hideo. No. Fun to dream. Oh no. Oh no. Yep, that's what I do sometimes. That sounds. Nice. Yeah. Oh, it's so close. Well, at least there's that. Nice. Well, you've mastered it quickly. Wait, have I already been here? Yes, I have. Okay. So then I'm gonna go heal. So, since this does turn out to be more of a electric gym than a digital gym, maybe I should switch in a I'm gonna swap. No, maybe I don't. Really? Swap and fireball. Go. Oh, come on. Maybe like a little bit more. Right? Jojo's master's time is valuable. She can't waste it on fledgling chambers. I will test your worthiness. Whatever, bring it on. Very well, you may proceed. Oh my god! Whatever, bring it on. Oh wait. Can I really just not move from here? I just gotta say we can fight. Okay. That's so weird. I'm gonna swap over to Shuarn. Get up. Wait, I don't need Shuarn. I can do this with Zarneve. Just as well. Here we go. Done and done. Very well, you may proceed. Thank you. For now, appreciate it. Appreciate you. Oh my god, this place is so big. To the 4-5. And telomere hack, which is a thing that allows you your stats after 3-2 times. Ah, here, Afro. Glad to meet a veteran in Kisawa. Thank you for your service to my old home, sir. Empty him out? Pleasure. Nice. Let's go. Straight to the point. Okay, water cutting lily. Love it when they don't beat about the bush. Me too, T. Me too. I'm just gonna burn them again. I think I'll hit him with it one more time. Now I'll use Zarneve. Use an ether on Zarneve so they'll be able to use Water Cutting Lily again once it has stamina. Nice, got him. Good. What are you doing? Ow. What, you think you're better than me? You're not. Superb. You're clearly a natural. There's an intuitive grasp of the technique, and a person so young. There we go. That's the respect I was looking for. And they say you're tracking that giant flying fortress, so it's not a myth? I just say that to get free drinks and bars. You cheeky devil. Come, let's have a battle. I like your style. Yeah, that's a choice. Interesting. Gives yourself evasion. That's okay, because Rampage will cut that down. Hey, we take those. Good stuff, Cheeto. Dude, you're so lucky. That's a scrub quote if I ever heard one. That. Harmful microwaves. Make your enemies feel like reheated coffee does. This technique inflicts moderate damage. Can I teach anyone microwaves right now? No one can learn harmful microwaves. Yeah, that's not great. That's weird that Quilly's like just running through the world like that. Doesn't seem normal. Oh, I did go this way. Oh, damn. But let's see what you can do. Alright, Ayana, I guess. Amphitheater and Cerneve. Oh, this is bad, actually. Right? Well, actually. Nah, this is fine. Mm-hmm. Not great, but, you know, manageable. Okay. Oh, it's turning KOs for that. That's fine. Now, Amphitheater. Okay, yeah. So the baby version is just pure electric, but Amphitheater is electric grass. Or electric nature, whatever. Which is what I was trying to remember before. Not bad, thank you. Like your shorts. They're cool. Okay. So this will take me to the boss room. Pretty sure. God, it's so dramatic. Well... Oh no! Damn it, I get inside of it and everything. Oh, I just need to take this red one. That's the red one I was looking for. Allows me to just go straight through here. Down, around, go through here. And this one's super dramatic. If I remember correctly, I want to hang off to the left here. No, what? What am I missing? What if... Oh, there we go. And I gotta stay in this thing and just follow it out until I get to there. I gotta fight this person, whoever they are. You made it this far? You must have pretty good reflexes. Some of those laser traps are vicious. Let's see if you can handle your Tems like you handle yourself. Swapping shoe line. That should take out Hedgehog. Oh, not quite. Okay. And that. Hey, that was my idea. At least I got it. Why do that to yourself? Come on, OB10. Ooh, fire tornado. Burns for 3 turns. 145, 26. No. Not bad. Not bad at all. Welcome to the dojo. You. Damn it. There we go. Ah. Yo, girl, wake up. That dude finally came. Oh, down below. Yes. Hey, fight us, Afro. These dojo dudes are boring. Show us some fresh moves. Nestle and Tatterer? Okay. Uh-oh. Yep. Yeah, that was gonna happen. think that should... Hmm. Nice. The Valoran's thing still works. Little left. Man, this thing's spooky look. All right. Oh, that's that. Oh no, it lived. Oh man. Just take it with you? Huh, I like that one. Pretty cool. At least pretend to try Megumi. Come on, you let him win. I did not. You totally did, you crazy fangirl. Jesus Christ. And yep, there we go. Don't expect any slack from me, Afro. I don't pander to wannabe celebrities like you. All right. Right. These are both crystal electric, I think. Yeah, crystal. Well, that's that. How? You're just some kid from a faraway island. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you, bud. Okay, so yeah, this is the end of the dojo, but I'm not fighting this right now because 3 of my Temps are unconscious. I'm gonna go heal. I'm gonna swap the pink. Might be a bad idea, but I also might get a bunch of experience off of it. Probably. Down. And straight across. In here. Take the long dramatic past. This is also a clever solution to this puzzle. I think it's really cool. At first it feels like you should just walk in a straight line, but then it's like, oh wait, that doesn't get me what I want. There we go. Well, hold on, let me check. I'm swapping out Intimidate Dogi. DCV and Lightning. Rest of it's took you a while, didn't it? How are you finding my tamers? Just wanted to talk with you. I know that. Since we have no clues to follow anyway, I thought I might as well have my lads and lasses spar with a congressional agent. We have to be battle ready for whenever we get that lucky break. Or since you made it all the way here, let's see those skills of yours. Everyone's saying your praises at the Congress, but I still have to see for myself. Tempt him up, Afro Cavalier. See, those are what Google Glass should have looked like. Ooh, perfect opener. Rid of that Nesla. Right. Easy start. Good job, Cernif. I'm guessing they're going to use the striking transmog, so that should take out the Grumper. Yep, works for me. That means I still don't have the swap. That'll be in. Wait, why did I target that one when... Oh my god. Sorry, I'm a dummy. Excuse me. It's alright. Community, that's fine. Hmm? Active. No? I actually don't know what that is. Okay. Oh, he can't make himself evade because it's a status? Immunity's totally balanced it. Never mind. I thought immunity was busted for like the longest time. I just couldn't figure out why. But yeah, you can't put positive statuses on yourself. Grass electric. Swap. You're okay. Did you copy my item too? No, because you have war drum still. So no burn. And bye, Saipat. Bomb, electric storm. Let's live, Nestla. Good stuff, Nestla. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's fair. Alright. Gaz and Cheeto left. Okay, yeah, this one's done. This one's bad. I mean, that's not gonna do a lot of damage. Take neutral damage to electric. You take double damage to size munch. Done and done. GG's. Now I know why Musa was so pleased with you. I'd accept you in my dojo any day, Afro Cavalier. Pretty advanced for a kid your age. For the free money. I suppose you've no new clues, right? Or you would have told me already? I followed Hamura the digital thief through the rice fields, but he escaped. Bad luck. You learned why he was stealing my gems? For a woman called Shiratama. She evaded me too. Do what you could. What about the wounded Belsoto? He made me follow Max's trail, and I learned about the Temtem they received from Cloud and Belsoto. Managed to locate the source of those shipments? Sort of. I know the person who made the shipments has become a priest of Miyako. Rather inaccessible place at the best of times. The High Priest is unlikely to cooperate. He doesn't like me much. So it seems both trails lead east, past the Ryukon, that is, towards the pillars of the high above. That's a dangerous way. We don't even know where to start searching. Maybe I just need... You know what? I think you're right. You've done all you could, Afro. We have nothing right now, so you might as well take a moment to get our strength back. When we came to Sapanku, I was hoping to find Lobos and put a quick end to Clan Soda with your and Carlos's help, but it seems I was overambitious. Take longer. We have to be wise and patient. For the moment, we need to rest and reconsider our strategy. Tell you what, why don't we take a little break in Onsenshima? Good idea. Thought so. Okay. Then have this. Got an onsen invitation. I'll let Carlos know and meet you there, alright? Gotta finish a couple things here and grab my bathing suit. See you in a minute. I don't think I have a bathing suit. Senor Culo? Oh my god. These are special. Yeah, I guess this is fun. Right? No. Oh, wait. Yeah, it's almost. Well, hold on. I have 19K. Let me check out this first. Okay, it's a lamp. Position. Guess those are all art. Ooh, that's kind of nice. I like that tea table. I don't care too much for that. This is a cool bookcase. A really boxy door. Flooring. Wallpaper. Kitchen island. And a rice steamer. Okay. There's damaged platypus. I gotta have something. I have one sticker. With actually no idea what. there he is. Oh. Do you have a ticket, dear guest? Here it is. Oh, a personal invitation from the Dungeon Master herself. You have friends in high places, and now you also have friends in hot places. Welcome to Onsen Shima. This way, please. I hate this. Just head that way, and you will reach the changing rooms. You get in the water with clothes naturally. That would be funny. But no, we're not allowed. So time to get all natural. Once you're ready, move on to the next building where the hot springs entrance. Just go downstairs for the water. It's nice and warm. You never want to get out. Guaranteed. Yeah, like this is gross, actually. Better get changed then. Oh yeah, okay. Ready for the bath. Alright. We're totally begging Uwu. Oh my gosh. That's pretty good. Why are you looking at me? Any problem? No. I mean, none of your business. Sorry, I didn't mean to be rude. It's just I can help you with. Not really, but thanks for asking. It's just I have, well, put on some weight lately. Now I'm a bit self-conscious about getting in the water naked with people looking. Nobody's looking. Yeah, you know what they say. You're nervous, imagine everyone looking at you as naked, but they are naked. And how is that supposed to help anyway? Let me just take a few centering breaths. That will do. And now, into the water. Come on, no biggie. Really, can I help with something? Actually, there's something that's been on my mind and it's stopping me from relaxing and enjoying my day off. All word, for sure, Teeks. Honestly, I feel like it's definitely something that's like disheartening in a way that's hard to communicate. Everyone was staring, but that's because we were foreigners. Oh, for sure. Maybe if I knew someone was on the case, I could let go and unwind. What is it? I work at Nanto Labs, which explains why I don't get much exercise. But more to the point, I've been working on a very promising, but also frustrating project. We were so close to making a major technological breakthrough in temp capturing solutions. And then one of our senior developers just ups and disappears. Can you believe that? El Soto? I don't even want to think about that possibility. In any case, the problem is now Miki and me. We've been hitting a brick wall ever since our colleague vanished. I don't know, she could use a fresh perspective, even from a layperson such as yourself. Anything to help science. That's the spirit of Nanto Labs, yeah. Tell Miki at Nanto Labs that you're there to help. She's in design, 3rd floor. I'll do that in a little bit. I just want to grab this second quest. Wow, it's really warm. It feels nice. Didn't realize how tired I was. Hey, over here, partner. Oh, well, fuck me, I guess. Nice of you to join us, Afro. Look like you needed a break. Well, Afro and I have been through some stuff, Tom. Yes, I heard your testimony at the Congress. Yeah, but what about the time we sneaked into a volcano and I saved Afro's life just as Lady Lottie was about to? This is supposed to be a relaxing experience, detective. Fine. So, Afro, what have you found out? You've unmasked a digital thief. That was a good case. Open and shut. Obviously, I need to tighten up security at my lab. I never thought one of my own people would. Never mind. You two did a good job. The doc tells me you rescued a Belsoto defector. Did you interrogate him? Yes, Berhano. I ran into Belsoto agents while I was following Max's trail. Proof that you're onto something. And Max has been Belsoto all along. Whoever's behind Clan Belsoda have been playing this all carefully for years. Had a sophisticated network stealing digital Temtem from my lab, smuggling them out of Saponku, sending them to their new recruits on other islands. You trace the smuggled Temtem to their search? A certain Naka. Attaboy. Surely learned a few tricks of the trade with me, partner. But both leads are related to the stolen digital, and you both need to head further east. Bad news. Why? Really? Business as usual. The region beyond the Ryokon is rather picturesque, the pillars of high above, but it's the Miyako village that worries me. Don't expect the priests of Miyako to be as helpful as my people here in Neo Edo. They're not bad people, far from it. They don't like change. They won't know what the Congress is. They probably haven't even heard of the existence of Clan Belsodo. They stick to the old ways. Their leader? Well, he still holds an old grudge against Nanto Labs. I understand why he's hurt, but anyway, that's personal. Need to find a way to pursue that avenue of investigation. It's stealing my lines, Doc. Guess it's rubbing off on me. So we need to think of a way to get you past that region and into the temple. And all this planning is making me peckish, Afro. Be a darling. Fetch me a bite. The mochis here are excellent. Could you get me some sake while you're at it? All this hot water is making me thirsty. Carlos. Okay, let's just say a cup of tea. Why don't you go? Because she asked you first. Come on, Afro. Don't be so touchy. Okay, so now I'm going to go back and do the thing I was actually going to do, which is... Well, yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm going to go talk to Miki. Questing. Oh, can I just... Do I have to use a locker? Oh, I'm locked in. Okay, fine. I'm trying to concentrate on... Wait, it's you, the guy from Denise. Hector! How's your novel coming along? Well, I'm working on it, at least. Forget about plotting. Just plunging straight ahead. Terra Incognita. It's exciting. A bit frightening, too. What if it flops? Maybe it sounds cliched, but it's taken me so much willpower just to get going. I can't stop now, or I might never conquer that creative inertia again. Coming on. Great! So yeah, I'm chuffed about it. Almost afraid of saying that. I don't want to jinx it. It was a good decision coming here. Needed to change the scenery. It's been good rest here for a few days. Maybe I should move on again. See more of the island? Keep the creative juices flowing? Where to next? No idea. I don't know Saponku well. Guess I'll just roll a die or something like that. I like the unpredictable. I like the unpredictable. Nothing like some randomness to make the idea spark. Anyway, thank you for the chat. Helps more than you know. I'll get some words black on white now. One day at a time, one chapter after the other. How you do it. If I see you again, I'll be happy to tell you how it went. Later, Hector. Us. Render. Another sidecard. Sidecard. These exclusive sidecards are only for use at Side Park and Denise. Expires in less than 1 day, 1 hour. Alright. Found a Gorong. Oh, there's plenty of stickers here. The full-on Inky? Hell yeah. Kaku. Then meditation. Focus on your breathing. Remember, no effort, no resistance. This technique costs 0 stamina and boosts your attack and special attack. That's intense. Hold on. Who can learn Zen meditation? Crocs? Huh. Replacing meditation with Zen. Guess I need to go upstairs. Hello, can I help you with anything? Could stop speaking like that. Speak like what? Ooh. Okay, fine. Can I just have the tea and the mochi? Ooh, good choice. Let me get you the most delicious ones. Thank you. Here you are. Enjoy, my dear friend. No problem. They're not gonna give that up. Okay. Afro. He smells delicious. I love how they make the mochi here. Afro, something the matter? I don't know. I had a feeling someone was watching me. Someone like who? Us? I wonder if he's doing it on purpose or it's a speech impediment. I think it's something they make him do because he's wearing the mascot outfit, but who knows? I don't know. It's probably nothing. Too tense. Perfectly normal. Been under a lot of stress lately. That's why we're here. Need to unwind a bit. Have a cup of tea. So you were saying, Afro, that all our clues lead east, right? Yes, to that Miyako village. As I was telling you. We'll need proper equipment to navigate the region beyond. I'll return to the lab and see if my engineers can fix you up with something. Well, I should report to Tiani at some point and let her know that how the case is going. But not right now. The little vacation is so long overdue. Had a nice nap, Afro? Might catch some shut-eye myself. I'll check if Society's come up with any. Getting restless, are we? You go on ahead. I'll catch up. I'm gonna give this 10 minutes and join you. Maybe 15. Also just gonna walk around a bit more. If I can find more stickers or... card double pluses, okay. Here's here. Castle bracelet, damage. Item. Crystal. Item, 2 Wishua. And the Great Solar. I too would spend a zillion years in a beautiful outdoor hot spring. I mean, yeah, I get that. That sounds like a great time. What if I just... There actually were some hot springs like near El Paso. Like you'd have to drive into New Mexico, but it's like what, 3 hours or so? And they were just like real natural hot springs. It's a good time. Now I can get... I gotta change. Wait, what's this? A note? Put this here. Let's see. About time we face each other, Afro Cavalier. I hope this will help you catch up. Yours, Shiratama. That's Shiratama again. What's this? They gave me crystal skates! I can't believe it! Finally! This will help me get past that crystals patch at the Ryokon. I should be able to reset Miyako Village. Watch out, I'm coming for you, mystery woman. I mean, I'm not doing that right now. I'm actually going to a totally different mystery patch. We did have crystal skates before, but remember when the airship crashed, like, they were destroyed? But I'm going back to Tukma because there's a big crystal area in Tukma. Yeah, I know. I can change clothes in this. Give me a minute. It's this one. See, there we go. So I'm gonna check the clothing shop here. Okay, yeah, this is all like minor chic, whatever. This hood is pretty cool. Damn, 20k? 3 grand for a widow's peak? Holy shit. Yeah, I gotta get out of here. Okay, well at least the various like clothing options are true to region. That's cool. Why is the economy like this? I think it's because they want to make clothing like end game instead of like something that you experience throughout. Oh, that's right. I gotta check on that guy's sister who's like literally in a cult. Oh, look at that platypet. Hi, platypet. Honestly, I can use this. I'm just gonna heal here so I can get the reset. Ah, hi. What? Mindworms can climb now? They can kick your ass too. Oh dear. Uh. Yeah, right. Surprise at Temtem battle. Holy shit. Yep, there we go. Well, that sucks. Yeah, right. Look out. This hyper alert state makes it alert for 5 turns and removes sleep. Okay. I got another stick of the Great Solaro, which I have. Okay, I think I'm actually gonna have a real team here. Those things were level 61, and that looked like just some random trash fight. Where is... There she is. We'll let these two get to level. But... Cowards. Hey, we made it. Intruder! We have an intruder in the camp, my siblings! I'll show you how we deal with mind worms around here. A mind worm? Oh, it's a pejorative term that they use against people who, like, live in the underground city. Yeah, it's pretty rude. That's good damage. That's no damage. That's not impressive. Here for you. nice. Damnation. Yeah, I got him. Be gone, mine worm. You are not welcome here. Back to your pits. Someone's got you. Holy shit. Alright. There we go. Found a sticker. Bun. Oh, hello. Must be Elizabeth. Well, yes, I am. And you have amazing hair. Well, that's not shallow at all. I love your clothes. Banal superficiality. Check. Your brother Jeremy sent me. OMG. I am totally not going back to Arbory. I'm sick of all the false smiles and false friendships and absurd rituals, and I don't even like tea. It's like, he just wants to know you're okay. Quite sure that's what he told you. And I suppose he also badmouthed my partner for good measure, didn't he? And it's like, no. He loves your boyfriend. No, I'm gonna say, you have a boyfriend? OMG. You did not come all this way to ask me out, did you now? It's like, no way. Alright, no need to be rude about it, jeez. Anyway, it's so like him to send someone to, quote, check up on me. He treats me like some spoiled little brat. It's like, he just cares about you. Nah, he cares about what the neighbors in the cul-de-sac will say about our family. Now that little silly me run around with a disreputable Tugmani. But, like, whatever. I've got a new life here, among the real men of Tugma. I'm not going back anywhere. This is my home now, here with my Makuil. Should already be back, by the way. So, like I was saying, you can go back to him and tell him to lick a temp. Where is he? Makuil? He's out foraging, like real survivors do. By the way, you didn't perhaps see him on your way up here, did you? He's been gone for most of the day. He should already be back, really. Want me to go find him? I don't remember asking you. Actually, could you see if you find him? I'm starting to worry. Like someone worrying about someone? This rings a bell. Yes, spare me. Do that for me, and I'll throw you some bones so you get your reward from my brother or whatever you're after. He was wearing black pants and a blue breathing mask, and he wears that sexy hair of his, super spiky. Very cool. He said he was going to check out that place down south, where that airship fell. Those things carry so much stuff they don't even use. We, instead, recycle and reuse everything. I'll find your boyfriend. Oh, don't say it like that. It sounds positively bourgeois. Oh my gosh, okay. Wait, can I jump from here? Yo. That's kind of sick. Oh man, and he's definitely in that spot where I started before. Sticker. I think my game is stuck. Yeah, it's not great. It's okay. I'll just close and reopen it. This is kind of a downside that I had sometimes. Usually closing and reopen, just like close it. I guess I'll just find out whatever sticker I got before here. Oh man, I lost my scent that I had. Wait. What? I didn't even fight you before? Here comes another one. Brothers, attention. Don't let this one escape. Oh my god, dude. I was here like 3 years ago. What are you talking about? Bye, Grandpa. Damn, Nation. Another tough one. Just like that bloody Arborian. Why did I not fight this person? Grab a sticker here. This way. Close call point. This place brings back bad memories. Yeah, it does. Lost most of my shit. Scram, mindworm! Your girlfriend is worried about you. My girlfriend? What are you on about? I don't have a girlfriend. Elizabeth disagrees with that. Oh. Her. Told her 1,000 times. I don't do girlfriends. It's a mindworm thing. She won't take that. But what's to you, anyway? Why are you interfering with my business, huh? You shouldn't be in my territory anyway. So I'm gonna make you pay a little toll to walk away with your valuables. Alright, sure. Yeah, man. Let's do this. This is clearly the way that you get what you want. Oh, man. There we go. Not good. Sorry. Go ahead, do your orders. Use your resin trap. Fire spin could never. Fine, fine. Keep your pants on. Thank you. I was gonna, actually. What else do you want? You beat me, okay? Now leave me alone. I have to find something usable around here. You have Elizabeth pretty worried. Figures. So clingy. She can sure talk the talk about how free she wants to be. But she actually still married to that miner dude down in Quetzal. Listen, I'm just the messenger. Fine, then what's the message? Go home to your girlfriend. I guess yeah, to be honest, I've been avoiding her. I didn't know how to confront these things. Like, I'm not used to serious relationships. But you're right. I should show her I really care about her. Yes. I should get Elizabeth something real nice. Let's just say just your love. Not the romantic type. The idealistic type, yes. But she thinks we surfacers are some sort of noble savages. That's not something I want to encourage. I need something unique. Something exotic. A very special Tem? Oh, now I remember. She used to have this big earth Tem. What's his name? The one her brother got her from Kisawa? What happened to that Tem? It ran away. It didn't like the fruit or the ashy air up at the camp. I told her 1,000 times to keep it in the Tem card. But she's super into free Tem stuff, you know? I had to go track it down, spend a few days trying to catch up with it, but just as I managed to find it, a patrol of guards found it too, near the entrance to the city. I was outnumbered, so I let it slip. You can get me one, you think? She'd love it. It's, you know, the big one. The super buff word? Zare? Yeah, that's the one. If you can get me one of those, I'll give you some nifty stuff I got from the wreck. Deal? Dude, that stuff is my stuff anyway. Nah. Finders keepers. You're like the guy who sold me my own table back. Hey, don't compare me to a mind worm. I have principles. I hate your guts, but I'm a hopeless romantic. Brilliant. Now go get me the Desare. Come on, get going. Fine. Hurry up. I need to impress her. Make sure it's a big one. Oh, this guy sucks. All right. Luckily, I actually already have a Desare. I don't have to go find one. I just got to go grab it from the box and then come back with it. That should be that. Up and then left and down. I'll just go ahead and heal. And then I'm going to bench the 2 level 70s, I think. I'm going to grab this is RA. And I think wind is more important than. I guess I'll just put Gazuma back up. Yep. Here's his alright. Yeah, I know. Thanks. Let's see. It's a bit small, no? Is it healthy? Hers was bigger. Looks a bit crestfallen. Dude, shut up. What? I can't expect the goods before payment? I guess it's okay. Thing is, I didn't find anything at all today. Better find something to pay me with, dude. Okay, relax. You didn't let me finish. I have stuff at home. Why don't you come to our place? If she likes it, you'll have your reward. Consisting of what? Whatever I find at home, really. I'll see you at my place. You know where. Up that hill. And whatever. And I'm going to fill this last slot, I think. Also, look at the Luma Voloran. Doesn't this thing look sick? Look at this thing. Oh my god, it's so cool. Anyways. That's still cool, but I guess it's not. Okay, made it back up. Head back here. Okay, so let's hope Elizabeth likes your Zazizu or whatever you call that thing. Don't bother me now, he's back. Oh, Makuil, you're back. Honey, I'm home, and I brought you a little something. Oh, what it is? It's a Zazare. Shh, shut up, dude. Here you are, honey. Oh, by a knock, it's magnificent. Look at the gleam in its eye. It reminds me so much of Afro Cavalier. What? You know, Afro Cavalier is the usual name for Thames, where I come from. It's a great name, don't you think? Kinda silly, but cute. I hope you love it half as much as I love you. Oh, you dumb scavenger. I love you with all my soul. Ah, the cringe. Stranger, why are you standing there? It's a bit creepy. Don't worry, he was already leaving. Wait, what about payment? What are you talking about, darling? Mind worms are weird, honey. Like I said, he was already leaving. At least I'm done with them. Anyway, I should let Jeremy know Elizabeth is fine. Sort of. Back to the dojo in Boombi. Wow, that guy wasn't gonna give me shit ever. Yeah, Tixa, that's something I don't want to get in the middle of. I think I'm gonna just get as far away from that couple as possible. Actually, there is something I want to swap. I'm not taking Acronox with me, but I want something true water. Is Tukai good? Is there a water type I really want to develop? Hold on. Oh, wait. Yeah, of course there is. There is Saipat. Okay. Yeah, because I got to fight my way back through the ground area. I got to get back to Boombi. Damn, full-grown Calibus? That's kind of nuts. But again, now I don't. Pretty sure I'm gonna get one more battle before I hit the ground. Ooh, I didn't. Wait, no, the whole reason I came here was to explore that area. Jesus Christ, give me a second. Sorry, I forgot myself. I like got sucked into their stupid like love story thing. I was trying to help out Jeremy, that I forgot why I was really here. Also, I think I got to equip the crystal skates. I guess I don't. All right, I guess it's cool. Wait, that's a different surfboard. You know what? Never mind. I don't have time. I'm gonna leave it alone. Also, Saipat doesn't have a turn 1 Bailey move. Guess. No, I'd rather surf. There's a Saipat and a Platypet. But also, I don't care. Also, I'm kind of really bummed that Saipat doesn't have an evolution right now. I hope there's like a quest or something later that like allows me to go to a place to like find an evolution. And I'm gonna spend 1 Wish You Well coin. I got some Acronox pheromones. That's cool. Oh my god, I can just skate through here. This is amazing. And if I remember correctly, this is a dojo. Thank you. DK Germany. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, that's a dojo. You can challenge it if you want to. I'm not going to challenge it because I'm going to get smoked. Quartz dirt. Microfine particles designed to deal macro damage to a whole team. Make sure you don't inhale them. I won't. I promise. Damage Volarend. Hell yeah. I'll leave them two alone, I think. 2 items in here. Bingo candy. Okay. And pineapple. Coolers and heaters. Energy of the kiwi. And a huge crystal. Okay, cool. Alright. What? Hoist the flag, lads! We've been found! How did you get here? Ha! You chanced upon my secret haven, cabin boy. I'm none other than Captain Malika, the infamous pirate of the Six Isles. It's like, well, I've never heard of you? And for that offense, pay you shall, you scallywag! I wonder if they're crazy strong. That'd be really funny. Oh, shit. Well... works for me. Bye, Tolkien. I think I just downed Sidepad actually, like on accident. Oh no, Sidepad's fine. Congrats on the level, buddy. 2. Oh man, come on. Okay, it went through. And then I'm swapping to Gazama. Because Gazama and Lemon Drop should be able to deal with these two. This should be fine. Two hours resting. 2 guys resting. So, Thunderstrike and Electric Storm. But they're both gonna die to Electric Storm anyways, I'm pretty sure. Yep, there you go, bye. And there's 2 Rock and 2 Vine. Oh, that's dangerous. Yep. Hi, buddy. Should be able to uppercut here. And switch in Cernieve. And Cernieve could take down 2 Rock. 2 Rock is like the one that's supposed to be meta, I think. I think 2 Kai's still my favorite because it just looks really cool. But Two Vine's also pretty cool. But like it's weak to like, you know, melee, so it's not that it's pretty easy to beat, pretty much. Whew! Actually, you know what I'll do? I'm gonna swap in Saipat so I get the full advantage of watercoloring Lily. Bye-o! GG's. Captain Malika, never beaten. But sometimes she feints defeat for strategic evasion. Whatever, bye. Blow me bully, boys. Like the shanty. You won't escape me, you filthy pie. She escaped! What's going on here? I thought air pirates was a myth. But there she was, Captain Malika herself. I should look into this. If there are air pirates around, Adi and my friends in the narwhal aren't safe. Yes, this is a case for Afro Cavalier. Who might know about her? Perhaps Matthew? He obviously knows a lot about airships. Gonna get that healing back. Collect that sticker. Behind? I don't actually know who that is. So now... Wait, now up, right? No, damn. Mm. Oh, that's a new Koish. No, you know what? Never mind. I'll do Koish fishing some other day. I'll dedicate a whole day to it. I don't know how many Koish there are, but I'm pretty sure there's like one Koish per like typing. Damn, another Koish? And that looks like a mental Koish, too. I wonder if there's another crystal plate. Oh, hi. Didn't expect to find anyone here except for the miners. It's a pleasant surprise. I'm Zazzle, pigment prospector. You have any Alizar in red? Of course I do. Here you are. Nice. That's all I needed. So now I got a lot of stuff I can do in Kisua. But I gotta go to Vumbi directly. Oh my god, look at this sweatsuit. This shit looks sick. It's dyed, like, you can tell the pants are actually like Tukmani pants, but like, the sweatshirt looks clean. God damn it. These, okay. Maybe it's Nagaise? Okay, back to Kiswa. Cradle of Humanity. Now the thing is, I gotta get to Vumbi which is like the middle city. It's gonna take me a bit to get. So I think I might switch out Star Volt for the time being so I can get another big M leveled. Earth water, pure water. Water a lot. Still. Baja Blast. Taking a look. Go. Then I'm gonna deliver this up. Red. Incredibly deep shade. See that? Amazing. So superior to the usual chemical red tint. Almost done. Now I just need the right shade of vibrant blue for the sky. It has to be Lapis Afro. See if you can find some in Kisua. Fine. Okay. Okay, it wants me to go there. Oh, wait, half the reason I went to that... No, I'm gonna fight my way. And I'm gonna switch to... Look at the little... I remember when I had a little one of those. That was nice. There's a little Pico. Water blade. Water cutting wheel. Got it. Nice. Gotta leave that way anyways. Might as well all the way to Boomby. Wait, have I scanned this little guy? No, I haven't. Nice. Double Pico. Times 4 weeks. Sucks a suck. I could have sworn this was a different pathway. It's so. Yep. All right. Oh no, it's not. Never mind. Starting if it's so strong. Dear God. I guess I could explore this one. Plus. Plus. And a damage. What? No. I don't have time. I can't do it. Hey, it's a grumble. Yeah, it's fine. Wow. Okay. Seriously? Oh my gosh. I'm just gonna wait for it to burn through its stamina, I guess. I don't want to use something more than a temp card. I know I have pluses, I think. I'm not using the plus on this thing. There's just no way. There we go. Jesus. For this, man, and it's garbage too. Whatever. I'm gonna put it in the temp deck. Yeah, well, I'm not fighting my way through the dark. Just not gonna do it. Okay, cool. Flash is a neutral crystal, right? It's gonna take 2 minutes, pretty sure. I guess it's all. Oof, it's just you. Sorry. I thought you were that other guy. Shoulder. Battle. Come on, lady, let's do it. Dead end. They said there's another cavern underneath, and it connects with some cave on the other side of the mountains. But it's either a legend or too narrow for humans. I guess I should have brought my tiny Tim to explore these crevices. Oh well, back to the base. But for now, it seems we'll have to call it a day here. We need better equipment. Hey, before heading out, let's tempt Tim up, shall we? Use a break. I just kept walking, couldn't I? Right. Well, that's annoying. Right. Yo, what is that, Pocus? What are you doing? Pocus just hit me with like the father-son Kamehameha wave. Okay, I have to do it the limit. I think that's fair. Not bad. Not bad at all. Let's make a note of this on the map. Dead end here, narrow crevice to the north-northwest. Perhaps practicable with proper temp assistance, dated and signed. Find anything interesting? Oh, there's amazing variety of endemic fungi and lichen in the inner chambers. No big scary monster Temtem, I'm afraid. Sorry to disappoint. Caves? Oh, indeed. I have very fond memories of the Agua Marina caves, and they are a very special place. I've been trying to find an alternative way into the Kakama cenote to study the water filtration process. Fascinating. Antidote. Untrapper. Oh, the file's empty already? Oh, shit. I feel like that path to the right is what's going to take me to, like, the Earth Cult, where, like, I can, maybe get a tube. Yeah, just. Yeah, double Paharax. Don't want. Curry. I can't remember if I caught a curry before. Oh, I didn't. Well, that was easy. It's not bad. And it has Colosity? Okay. That's cool. Use another quadrupedal Colosity. Go over there. Hey, a zombie. Yep. Boomby. Okay. Now I can go in the gym and give that guy that one thing. Also, Luma Scarvolt, absolutely incredible. You're back. Did you find her? She's all right? And it's like, she's okay. Her boyfriend's an idiot. Huh, of course he is. Nobody's worthy of my little sis anyway. Wow. I feel so light now. Like, now it feels like I can focus on doing my best here, instead of constantly distracted and worried about her. Thank you so much, fellow tamer. I got no money on me, but let me see. There must be something. Ah, yeah. Here, have this. Baton pass. Ooh. Entering the battlefield, 10% of HP. Okay. Resistance has dedicated support people to refresh and heal our Tems all the time, so I'm not really using it. They're really organized. So you know, it's a bit of a family heirloom, so take care of it. Then again, it's just an object. You took care of my actual family. So please keep it. And do drop by if you're ever in Arbery. Alright. That's done. Okay, this is getting kind of silly. I just want to leave. There we go. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm gonna stop in Uber. At least for today. Or I guess the New Lodge. Seems like a good place as any to stop. Definitely things I want to explore before I get back on the main quest, but I'll do that later. I'm gonna get in here. Hey everybody, welcome. Thank you for hanging out for Impossible Coin. This has been another Temtem stream. We'll be back next week with the Splatfest and probably other stuff along the way. I don't know who else to raid, but I'm pretty sure Raglan's on because he's always on. So give me a second. I'm gonna set up that raid here. Oh yeah, it's gonna be a whole weekend of Splatoon actually, for real, for real. There we go. Yeah, so we're gonna go hang out with Raglan. Please hang out. Say nice things to the boy. And I'll catch you guys later. Take care. Do big things.